Some monsters are born from tragedy, while others create their own. In the quiet suburbs of 1950s America, where white picket fences promised safety and normalcy reigned supreme, darkness took root not through supernatural invasion, but through the mind of a single child. Henry Creel entered the world in 1947, and with him came abilities that would one day reshape reality itself. Born in Nevada to Victor and Virginia Creel, Henry displayed no obvious abnormalities during his early years. Victor, a veteran of World War II, had returned from service determined to build the peaceful life he believed he had fought to preserve. Virginia came from modest means but brought warmth and traditional values to their household. Together they created what neighbours would have called an ideal American family, complete with a second child, Alice, born 4 years after Henry. Photographs from this period show a normal boy with an unremarkable smile, participating in school activities and family outings with apparent enthusiasm. Nothing in these images suggested the transformation brewing beneath the surface. The first signs emerged around age 12, though Henry would later reveal they had been present earlier, simply unrecognised or suppressed. He began experiencing something beyond typical adolescent awareness. Where other children heard words, Henry heard thoughts. Where they saw expressions, he perceived the darker currents flowing beneath social performances. These were not vague intuitions or lucky guesses. Henry could read minds with precision, accessing memories and intentions his targets believed safely hidden. More disturbing than the ability itself was what it revealed. Peering into the consciousness of neighbours, teachers, family members, and strangers, Henry discovered what he considered a fundamental truth about humanity. Beneath every smile lurked sin. Beneath every kindness festered selfishness. Beneath every declaration of love writhed darker impulses, carefully controlled but never eliminated. This discovery did not fill him with the empathy one might expect from someone capable of such intimate knowledge of others' suffering. Instead, it bred contempt. Henry came to view normal human behaviour as elaborate theatre, performances of goodness masking what he perceived as universal corruption. His family became the primary focus of this disdain. Victor's cheerful determination to maintain normalcy struck Henry as pathetic denial. Virginia's traditional homemaking appeared to be empty ritual. Alice's childhood innocence registered as ignorance awaiting inevitable corruption. The Creel family's daily routines, breakfast conversations, evening meals, weekend activities transformed in Henry's perception from genuine family life into a grotesque pantomime, performed for an audience that did not exist. By 1959, Victor Creel made a decision that would prove catastrophic. His career trajectory had stalled in Nevada, and an opportunity emerged in Indiana. Hawkins offered everything the family needed: affordable housing, promising job prospects, and the kind of tight-knit community values Victor treasured. The house he selected sat on Moorhead Street, in a pleasant neighbourhood where children played freely and neighbours knew each other by name. To Victor, this represented a fresh start, a chance to give his family the stability they deserved. To Virginia, it meant proximity to her sister and a support network she had missed in Nevada. To Alice, age 8, it meant new friends and new adventures. To Henry, age 12, it meant absolutely nothing beyond a change of location for the performances he had come to despise. The move to Hawkins occurred in March 1959, and the house itself became an extension of Victor's optimism. He threw himself into renovation projects, transforming the somewhat dated structure into what he imagined would be their forever home. Virginia decorated with care, selecting wallpaper and furniture that reflected her vision of domestic harmony. Alice explored the neighbourhood, quickly making friends with other children her age. The Creels appeared to settle seamlessly into Hawkins' life, joining the community with the same ease thousands of families demonstrated in suburban America during this era of post-war prosperity and conformity. Henry's abilities, meanwhile, had been developing. What began as passive reception of others' thoughts evolved into something more active and deliberate. He discovered he could do more than simply read minds. He could influence them, push them, create sensations and experiences that others perceived as external events rather than psychic manipulation. These were not the uncertain experiments of a child testing boundaries. They showed a mind naturally attuned to the mechanisms of control, exploring the limits of its power with the systematic curiosity of a scientist examining a new instrument. The experiments began subtly, small objects moving when no one was looking, sounds manifesting without source, lights flickering without electrical explanation. The family attributed these incidents to the house's age, to settling foundations and outdated wiring. Victor joked about having bought a fixer-upper with more personality than expected. Virginia suggested they might need to call electricians and plumbers. Alice found the strange occurrences exciting rather than frightening, treating them as mysterious adventures to investigate. None suspected their son orchestrated every incident, watching their reactions with cold fascination as he calibrated his abilities and observed how easily human perception could be manipulated. But observation alone could not satisfy Henry for long. His contempt for his family's performances had been growing alongside his powers, each feeding the other in an escalating cycle. He viewed his father's cheerful home improvement projects as desperate attempts to impose order on chaos. He saw his mother's decorating efforts as meaningless beautification of fundamentally empty lives. He perceived his sister's innocent play as the beginning of the same cycle of delusion their parents had already completed. The more he understood about their internal lives through his telepathic intrusions, the more he despised them for maintaining their pretense of normalcy, despite knowing, somewhere in their consciousness, that existence held no inherent meaning beyond what they desperately projected onto it. March 25, 1959, marked the point where contempt transformed into action. The specific trigger remains uncertain. Perhaps accumulated resentment reaching critical mass, perhaps a particular thought he detected that crystallized his resolve, perhaps simple opportunity meeting developed capability. Whatever the catalyst, Henry made a decision that night. His family's performance would end, the theatre would close, and he would be the one to drop the final curtain. The attack began with Virginia. Henry's abilities allowed him to manifest in her perception as something terrifying, to create sensations of physical assault while his actual body remained elsewhere. To anyone observing, Virginia appeared to be attacked by an invisible force, thrown against walls, bones breaking from impacts with surfaces that seemed to strike her rather than the reverse. The psychological component proved as devastating as the physical. Henry ensured his mother experienced absolute terror, understanding she faced something beyond nature's laws, something her mind could not rationalize or resist. When death finally came, it arrived not as mercy, but as the conclusion of systematic torment. Alice followed. The younger sister, who had trusted Henry, who had never suspected darkness lurked behind her brother's eyes, found herself subjected to the same treatment. For a child of 8 to die in such terror, at the hands of family, represented a particular cruelty that served no purpose beyond Henry's desire to eliminate witnesses to his own existence. He killed her not in rage or even hatred, but with the same cold methodology he had applied to his earlier experiments. She was simply another element of the performance that needed to be removed. Victor survived, but not through Henry's mercy. The boy needed a scapegoat, someone to shoulder blame for the murders he'd committed. By allowing his father to live, by staging the scene to suggest Victor's guilt, Henry demonstrated sophistication that exceeded simple violence. He understood that unexplained supernatural murders would draw investigation, attention, and potentially discovery. A traumatized veteran apparently breaking under psychological pressure, and murdering his family in a psychotic episode presented a narrative authorities would accept. The fact that Victor's genuine grief and confusion would make him appear guilty only strengthened the deception. Henry had created not just murders, but a complete cover story written in his father's suffering. In the aftermath, as police arrived and neighbours gathered in horrified clusters as Victor Creel was taken into custody, protesting his innocence while covered in his family's blood, Henry maintained perfect composure. He presented himself as the traumatized survivor, the boy who had hidden while his father committed unspeakable acts, the victim who needed protection and psychological care. Every tear he shed performed its function. Every tremor in his voice reinforced the narrative. Investigators saw exactly what Henry needed them to see: an innocent child devastated by family tragedy. What they did not see, what none of the well-meaning social workers or trauma counselors who tried to help him could perceive, was the satisfaction beneath his performance. Henry had eliminated the family he despised, framed his father for the crime, and positioned himself as victim deserving of sympathy. It should have been a perfect crime, a flawless execution of murder disguised as domestic tragedy. It would have been, if not for Dr. Martin Brenner. Brenner represented something unprecedented in Henry's experience, someone who saw through the performance. As a researcher connected to the Department of Energy's classified programs, Brenner had been studying reports of unusual phenomena for years. The Creel murders, with their inexplicable elements and supernatural characteristics, drew his immediate attention. While police focused on Victor's guilt and social services processed Henry through the standard trauma response protocols, Brenner conducted his own investigation. He examined the crime scene with equipment designed to detect energy signatures conventional investigators would miss. He interviewed Henry with questions that probed beyond the standard trauma assessment, listening not just to words but watching for inconsistencies in the grief performance. Most significantly, Brenner tested Henry. The exact nature of these tests remains classified, buried in Department of Energy files that would never see public release. But their results were conclusive. The boy possessed abilities that exceeded anything Brenner's research had previously documented: telekinesis, telepathy, psychic manipulation of perception. These were not theoretical possibilities, but demonstrated capabilities in a 12-year-old child who had already used them to commit double murder. For Brenner, this represented the opportunity of a lifetime. A chance to study genuine psychic phenomena in a controlled environment, to understand how such powers functioned, and ultimately to replicate them for the department's purposes. For Henry, Brenner's arrival meant the end of freedom. The doctor arrived with authority that superseded local law enforcement, with federal credentials that allowed him to classify the Creel case under national security provisions, and with the power to take Henry into government custody regardless of any protests the boy might mount. Not that Henry protested. Even at 12, he understood when resistance would be futile. Instead, he observed Brenner with the same cold assessment he had applied to everyone else, measuring this new player in his existence and calculating how to navigate the captivity he could not prevent. The transition happened with bureaucratic efficiency that belied its fundamental injustice. Henry Creel, legally a victim of family violence, was removed from the child services system and transferred to a facility in Hawkins operated by the Department of Energy. Official records indicated psychiatric treatment for severe trauma. The truth involved something far different: imprisonment in a laboratory where he would serve simultaneously as test subject and threat to be contained. Hawkins National Laboratory became his new home, replacing the house on Moorhead Street where he had murdered his family. In those early days of captivity, Brenner approached his new subject with a combination of scientific fascination and practical caution. He recognized Henry's potential value for research, while understanding the boy had already killed twice, without hesitation or remorse. The laboratory was equipped with containment measures designed for dangerous materials, now repurposed to hold a dangerous child. Guards monitored Henry constantly. His living quarters were sparse and secure. Every interaction was documented, every behavior analyzed, every demonstration of ability carefully measured and recorded. Henry, for his part, quickly understood his situation. He was not a patient being helped. He was a specimen being studied. Brenner's interest in his well-being extended only as far as keeping him alive and functional enough to provide useful research data. The doctor's questions probed the mechanics of his abilities, how he accessed others' minds, what concentration was required, what limitations he experienced, how his powers had developed over time. Each answer Henry provided fed into research that he knew would ultimately be used to create others like him, children with artificially induced abilities serving the government's purposes. This understanding bred neither cooperation nor active resistance. Henry adopted a strategy of calculated compliance, providing enough information to avoid punitive measures while withholding the full extent of his capabilities. He demonstrated his powers when ordered, but never volunteered their full range or depth. He answered questions about how his abilities functioned while obscuring the psychological insights that made him truly dangerous. To Brenner and the research staff, he appeared to be a powerful, but ultimately manageable subject, a child whose abilities could be studied and eventually controlled through the proper application of behavioral conditioning and technological restraint. What they could not know, what even Brenner's considerable insight failed to fully grasp, was that Henry's compliance represented strategy rather than either submission. Even in captivity, even under constant surveillance, he remained what he had always been, a predator forced temporarily into passivity, studying his captors with the same cold analysis he had applied to his family. Each guard's routine was memorized, each researcher's personality was catalogued, each security measure was evaluated for weaknesses. The laboratory staff saw a contained subject. Henry saw a new environment to understand, new patterns to decode, new performances to eventually dismantle when opportunity presented itself. Brenner's research during these early months revealed something that would shape the next 2 decades of his work. Henry's abilities appeared to be natural rather than induced, emerging from some innate difference in his neurological structure or connection to forces beyond current scientific understanding. This suggested the possibility that with proper methodology, similar abilities might be artificially created in other subjects. The implications were staggering. An entire program of psychically gifted individuals, controllable through conditioning from early childhood, loyal to the government rather than driven by their own dark impulses. Henry represented the proof of concept. Now Brenner needed to determine if the concept could be replicated. This ambition would eventually transform Hawkins' laboratory into something far beyond a simple research facility. It would become the birthplace of a program designed to create psychic soldiers, to unlock human potential through methods that bordered on torture, to push the boundaries of consciousness itself in pursuit of Cold War advantage. But in early 1959, these developments remained years in the future. For now, Brenner had a single subject, a child who had murdered his family and shown neither remorse nor recognition that his actions constituted anything beyond the elimination of performances he found offensive. From comfortable Nevada origins, through systematic family annihilation, to permanent captivity in a government laboratory, Henry Creel had travelled a path that would have broken most minds. His remained sharp, focused, and waiting. Dr. Brenner saw a weapon to be honed. Henry saw something else entirely, time to understand his true purpose. And in the sterile halls of Hawkins' lab, surrounded by researchers who believed they controlled him, He would spend years planning what none could have anticipated, not escape, but transformation into something far more terrible than a gifted child. The seeds of what would become Vecna were planted in those early days of captivity, watered with resentment and fertilized with patience that would span decades. The greatest predators do not announce themselves with roars, but with silence and careful observation. In the controlled environment of Hawkins' laboratory, one subject would prove impossible to truly contain, no matter how many safeguards Dr. Brenner implemented. The most dangerous predator never announces itself. Within the fluorescent-lit corridors of Hawkins National Laboratory, beneath the facade of energy research, Dr. Martin Brenner built an empire of psychic children. Among them moved a figure in white, orderly scrubs, mopping floors and following orders with perfect compliance. None of the young test subjects suspected that this helpful attendant was himself the original experiment, the template from which their abilities had been artificially derived, or that behind his gentle demeanour lurked the laboratory's greatest threat. 20 years passed between Henry Creel's arrival at Hawkins' laboratory in 1959 and the events that would finally free him in 1979. 2 decades is a substantial portion of a human lifespan, long enough for children to become adults, for careers to rise and fall, for entire cultural movements to emerge and fade. For Henry, these years existed in a state of enforced stasis, each day bleeding into the next with the monotonous rhythm of institutional captivity. Yet beneath the surface uniformity, profound changes were occurring, both in Henry himself and in the laboratory that held him. Dr. Brenner's initial containment strategy relied primarily on physical security and behavioural control. Guards monitored Henry constantly. His quarters were designed to prevent escape. His interactions with staff were limited and supervised. For several years, this approach appeared adequate. Henry demonstrated his abilities when instructed, submitted to endless batteries of tests, and showed no overt signs of planning resistance. The research data accumulated in classified files, documenting the mechanics of telepathy and telekinesis with unprecedented detail. But Brenner understood something crucial about his captive subject. Henry's compliance, however convincing, represented surface behaviour only. The doctor had studied the Creel murder scene, had reviewed the evidence of Henry's capacity for patient deception, and recognised that physical restraints alone would never be sufficient for someone capable of killing through psychic force. What Brenner needed was a method to suppress Henry's abilities at their source, to neutralise the threat while maintaining the subject alive for continued research. The solution emerged from research into neurological inhibition. Working with specialists, whose names would never appear in public records, Brenner developed a device called soteria. The mechanism was elegant in its simplicity. A small implant installed at the base of the skull, directly interfacing with the neurological pathways Henry used to access his abilities. When activated, soteria created interference patterns that disrupted psychic functioning without causing permanent damage to the subject's brain. The device could be monitored remotely, adjusted if necessary, and would remain effective indefinitely as long as it stayed in place. Installing soteria required Henry's temporary sedation, a process that revealed just how deeply Brenner's caution ran. The medical team worked under guard, with contingency protocols ready should Henry regain consciousness prematurely. When Henry awoke with the device activated, he found himself fundamentally altered. His telepathy, previously as natural as breathing, now struggled against constant static. His telekinesis, once precise enough to snap bones at a distance, could barely move small objects. The abilities remained present but strangled, rendered effectively useless by technological intervention. For most subjects, such sudden depowerment would have prompted immediate crisis. Henry's reaction was characteristically controlled. He tested the device's limits methodically, determining exactly what he could and could not accomplish in his suppressed state. The results were discouraging. Soteria had been calibrated specifically for his neurological signature, designed to counter his particular manifestation of psychic ability. Brenner had succeeded in creating a leash that could not be broken through force of will alone. This development coincided with a shift in Brenner's research focus. Having documented Henry's natural abilities extensively, having proven that psychic phenomena existed and could be measured, the doctor turned his attention to the question that had driven him from the beginning: replication. If Henry's powers emerged from some innate difference in his neurological structure, could similar structures be artificially created? Could children be given abilities through controlled intervention during critical developmental periods? The program that emerged drew from multiple sources. MKUltra, the CIA's notorious mind control research, provided methodological templates and funding channels. Studies in sensory deprivation offered techniques for inducing altered states of consciousness. Research into hallucinogenic compounds suggested chemical approaches to unlocking latent psychic potential. Brenner synthesized these disparate elements into a comprehensive system designed to create what Henry represented naturally: children with abilities that defied conventional understanding of human capability. The subjects were selected with care. Brenner sought pregnant women willing to participate in what were described as enhanced prenatal care studies, women whose circumstances made them vulnerable to promises of money and medical attention they could not otherwise afford. Terry Ives represented a typical case: young, idealistic, financially struggling, and convinced she was contributing to important research that would benefit future generations. What actually occurred during these pregnancies remained classified, but the results spoke clearly enough. The children born to program participants displayed abilities ranging from telepathy to telekinesis, from precognition to pyrokinesis. These children were designated by numbers. 1 through 18 lived at Hawkins Laboratory during the late 1970s, raised in an environment that combined elements of school, military training facility, and research institution. They learned conventional subjects like mathematics and reading. They also underwent daily sessions designed to develop and measure their psychic abilities, exercises that pushed them to their limits, and sometimes beyond. Brenner positioned himself as a father figure to these children, providing affection and approval when they performed well, withdrawing both when they failed to meet his standards. Henry observed all of this from his unique position. Brenner's solution to the problem of what to do with his now powerless original subject was brilliantly cruel: put him to work serving the program he had inspired. Designated as number 1, Henry was given orderly duties that kept him visible to the other subjects while maintaining his subordinate status. He mopped floors, he cleaned equipment, he moved furniture. He existed as a constant reminder of the laboratory's power to reduce even the gifted to menial servitude. The humiliation was deliberate and sustained. Every task Henry performed reinforced his powerlessness. Every interaction with guards who barely acknowledged his existence demonstrated his fallen status. Every moment spent watching the numbered children train their abilities while his remained locked away by Soteria ground away at what Brenner presumably hoped would break his spirit. Most subjects would have crumbled under such treatment. Henry endured it with the same patient observation he had applied to every other phase of his captivity. What Brenner failed to recognize, what his confidence in technological solutions and behavioral conditioning prevented him from seeing, was that Henry's greatest ability had never been telekinesis or telepathy. His true talent lay in understanding patterns, in reading the psychological architecture of any system he inhabited, in identifying weaknesses that others overlooked. The Soteria device suppressed his psychic powers. It did nothing to diminish his capacity, for systematic analysis and strategic patience. Through the 1970s, Henry the Orderly became a fixture in the laboratory's daily operations. The guards grew accustomed to his presence, their vigilance gradually relaxing as years passed without incident. The research staff treated him as part of the facility's infrastructure, barely more noteworthy than the equipment he maintained. The numbered children saw him as a helper, someone who cleaned up after their training sessions and occasionally offered quiet encouragement. None suspected that behind his compliant exterior, Henry was accumulating a comprehensive understanding of every security protocol, every staff routine, every structural vulnerability in the laboratory's operations. He watched how the children were tested and trained. He observed which techniques Brenner used to motivate them and which methods induced fear. He noted the varying levels of ability among the subjects, cataloguing their strengths and weaknesses with the same thoroughness he had once applied to reading his family's minds. Among all the numbered children, one eventually stood out as particularly significant. 11. Jane Ives arrived at the laboratory as a very young child, separated from her mother Terry after the woman's participation in Brenner's prenatal studies. The exact circumstances of this separation involved deception and legal manoeuvring that Brenner presented as rescue rather than kidnapping. To Jane, who knew nothing of life outside the laboratory, Brenner was simply Papa, the authority figure who defined her entire world. To Brenner, she represented his greatest success, a subject whose abilities exceeded those of every other numbered child in both power and potential for further development. By September 1979, 11 had reached age 8. She had spent her entire conscious life within the laboratory's controlled environment, training her abilities under Brenner's direction, competing with other subjects for approval, and absorbing the doctor's lessons about control and purpose. Her telekinetic power was formidable even in childhood, capable of moving objects with precision that rivaled Henry's natural abilities. Her telepathy showed promise for development beyond simple mind reading into actual psychic projection and remote viewing. Henry recognized something in 11 that the other subjects lacked. Perhaps it was the raw strength of her abilities. Perhaps it was her isolation, even among the other numbered children, who sometimes resented the favoritism Brenner showed her. Perhaps it was simply that she represented the culmination of everything Brenner had learned from studying Henry himself, making her the closest thing to a successor he would ever encounter. Whatever the reason, Henry made a decision that would reshape both their fates. The approach was gradual and subtle. Henry began speaking with 11 during moments when they were alone, offering kindness that contrasted sharply with the competitive atmosphere Brenner had cultivated among the subjects. He shared observations about the laboratory, about the other children, about the nature of their situation that positioned him as an ally rather than authority figure. He presented himself as someone who understood her isolation, who recognized her potential beyond what Brenner's tests could measure, who saw her as more than just another number. These conversations served multiple purposes. They built trust between Henry and 11, creating a relationship that bypassed the normal power dynamics of the laboratory. They allowed Henry to assess 11's psychology, identifying the fears and insecurities that drove her behavior. Most importantly, they planted ideas that would ultimately serve Henry's goals while appearing to serve 11's interests. He spoke of freedom, of choice, of the possibility that the world outside the laboratory's walls might offer something beyond the endless cycle of testing and training. 11 responded to this attention with the desperate gratitude of a child starved for genuine connection. Brenner's version of fatherhood involved conditional approval and manipulative affection. The other subjects saw her as competition or as Brenner's favourite to be resented. Henry offered something different: understanding without judgment, conversation without agenda, friendship without the constant evaluation that defined every other relationship in her life. That this friendship was itself a calculated manipulation. That Henry's agenda simply operated on a longer timeline than Brenner's remained invisible to a child whose entire existence had been shaped by the laboratory's artificial environment. The strategy required patience that would have been impossible for most people. Months passed as Henry cultivated the relationship, building Eleven's trust incrementally through small kindnesses and careful conversations. He never pushed too hard, never revealed too much of his true nature, never allowed his contempt for humanity in general or Brenner in particular to show through the gentle, orderly persona he had constructed. To the guards and researchers who occasionally observed these interactions, they appeared innocuous. A helpful staff member being kind to the subjects, particularly to one who seemed more isolated than the others. What none of them knew, what even Brenner's paranoia had not anticipated, was that Henry was systematically teaching Eleven to question the fundamental assumptions of her existence. Not through direct challenge to Brenner's authority, which would have triggered immediate intervention, but through gentle questions that encouraged her to think beyond the laboratory's boundaries. Why were they kept here? What was the purpose of developing their abilities? Who decided what they were allowed to know and experience? These questions, planted carefully over months, took root in Eleven's mind, like seeds in fertile soil. By September 8, 1979, the groundwork was complete. Henry had built a relationship with Eleven, strong enough that she trusted him more than anyone else in the laboratory. He had identified the psychological vulnerabilities that would make her receptive to his ultimate request. He had observed the laboratory's operations long enough to know exactly when and how to act for maximum effect. All that remained was the final move, convincing Eleven to remove his Soteria device. The conversation happened away from cameras and observers in one of the laboratory's many blind spots that Henry had catalogued over the years. He revealed to Eleven something he had never told anyone, that he was like her, that he had abilities Brenner had suppressed, that the device in his neck was the only thing preventing him from being free. He showed her Soteria's location, explained its function, and made a request that seemed simple on its surface but carried implications she could not fully comprehend. Eleven's telekinetic precision had been honed through years of training. Removing a small device from someone's neck should have been well within her capabilities, but the request carried weight beyond the physical act. By removing Soteria, she would be directly defying Brenner's authority, undermining the security measures that kept the laboratory safe, and releasing someone whose powers had been deemed too dangerous to leave uncontrolled. Henry presented none of these concerns. Instead, he framed the request as liberation, as friendship, as one gifted person helping another escape unjust imprisonment. Eleven agreed, whether motivated by genuine friendship, by curiosity about what Henry could do with his powers restored, or by some unconscious desire to rebel against Brenner's control. She used her abilities to extract the Soteria device from Henry's neck. The moment was surgical. The implant came free without damaging surrounding tissue. And in the instant, it lost contact with Henry's neurological system. 20 years of suppression ended. The sensation was overwhelming. Abilities that had been strangled for 2 decades flooded back with intensity that exceeded their original strength. Henry's telepathy expanded beyond individual minds to encompass everyone in the laboratory simultaneously. His telekinesis, refined through years of theoretical planning when he could not physically practice it, emerged with precision he had never achieved as a child. The rage and resentment accumulated across 20 years of captivity found outlet through powers that no longer faced any limitation or control. What followed was massacre. Henry moved through the laboratory with systematic efficiency, eliminating everyone he encountered. Guards who had watched him for years found themselves torn apart by invisible force. Researchers who had treated him as subject rather than person discovered the cost of their clinical detachment. The numbered children, who had known him only as the helpful orderly, died one by one as Henry demonstrated the vast gulf between their artificially induced abilities and his natural power. 2 was incinerated before she could mount defense. 3 and 4 died together, their telekinetic attempts to resist proving futile against Henry's superior strength. 5 through 7 were eliminated so quickly they barely registered what was happening. 8's precognitive abilities provided a few seconds of warning that only prolonged her terror. 9 and 10 attempted to hide, discovering that no location in the laboratory offered sanctuary from someone who could sense their thoughts and tear through walls. 12 through 18 fell in similar fashion, their abilities providing no meaningful protection against someone whose power exceeded theirs by orders of magnitude. The slaughter was not random violence, but calculated elimination. Each death served purpose. The guards needed to die to prevent any chance of physical intervention or outside communication. The researchers needed to die to punish them for their complicity in his captivity and to ensure no record survived of his true capabilities. The numbered children needed to die because they represented Brenner's success, because their existence validated the program that had been built on Henry's imprisonment, because leaving them alive would provide the Doctor with continued evidence that his methods worked despite losing his original subject. Through it all, Brenner himself proved elusive. The Doctor had established protocols that activated when security was breached, moving him to protected areas of the facility, while lockdown procedures trapped others in increasingly dangerous situations. Henry pursued him through the laboratory's corridors, tearing through barriers, eliminating anyone who attempted intervention, driven by 2 decades of focused hatred toward the man who had imprisoned him. But 11 stood between them. The girl who had freed Henry now faced the consequences of her decision, watching the helpful orderly transform into something that murdered children without hesitation or remorse. Her horror at what she had unleashed was profound and immediate. The friendly conversations, the gentle encouragement, the promises of liberation, all of it had been manipulation, strategy deployed to use her as the key to his cage. The confrontation crystallized in the Rainbow Room, the training facility where 11 and the other subjects had spent countless hours developing their abilities. Henry found her there, already traumatized by witnessing deaths she felt responsible for causing, and attempted to complete what he had started. His pitch was simple. Join him, leave the laboratory together, use their combined power to reshape the world according to their will rather than Brenner's design. 11 refused, despite her youth, despite her limited understanding of the world beyond the laboratory, despite having just helped Henry achieve everything that led to this moment. She recognized something in his offer that repulsed her. This was not freedom. This was not justice. This was the same impulse that had driven him to murder his family in 1959, now operating on a larger scale with greater power. She had been manipulated, used as a tool, but she retained enough autonomy to reject the path Henry offered. The battle that followed pushed both their abilities to limits neither had previously reached. Henry's raw power exceeded 11's, his natural gifts and decades of theoretical refinement giving him advantages she could not match through training alone. He lifted her telekinetically, crushing her with force intended to break her resistance along with her body. But 11 possessed something Henry had never developed and never would: connection to others that went beyond manipulation and control. Her memories of the other numbered children, limited and competitive, though those relationships had been, provided emotional foundation that Henry lacked. She fought not just for survival, but for the children Henry had murdered, for the life she knew however limited it had been, for the simple principle that his path led only to more death and more suffering. This motivation translated into power that matched and eventually exceeded his. Their telekinetic forces collided in the Rainbow Room, destroying equipment and cracking walls as each pushed harder against the other's resistance. Then 11 did something unprecedented. She did not merely resist Henry's attack or match his strength. She reversed the force, turning his own power against him, amplifying it through her abilities until the combined energy tore at the fabric of reality itself. Lightning arced through the room, the air filled with a high-pitched screaming sound as dimensional barriers stressed beyond their normal tolerance. And Henry's body began to disintegrate, flesh burning away under forces that exceeded anything either of them had consciously intended to create. In that moment of absolute extremity, as Eleven's desperate defense transformed into an attack that literally unmade his physical form, Henry experienced something he had never encountered before: genuine fear, not of death, which he had inflicted on others without concern, but of the vast unknown opening before him as reality tore apart. He screamed, a sound of pure animal terror that acknowledged his miscalculation, his underestimation of Eleven's potential, his failure to anticipate that the tool he had used could turn against him with such devastating effect. The dimensional tear that 11 created was visible even to the few surviving guards who had retreated to secure areas, a wound in space itself, bleeding energy that conventional physics could not explain, growing larger as the forces tearing Henry apart fed back into it. Through this gateway, Henry's disintegrating form was pulled, dragged into somewhere that was not simply another location, but another dimension entirely, a realm that existed alongside reality but separate from it, hidden behind barriers that normally prevented any crossing between worlds. Then the tear sealed. The forces that had threatened to expand it catastrophically suddenly collapsed inward, closing the wound 11 had torn. The Rainbow Room fell silent except for the girl's sobbing and the distant sounds of emergency systems activating. Henry was gone. The numbered children were dead. Dr. Brenner had survived, and 11 was left alone with the knowledge that she had both freed and destroyed the only person who had seemed to understand her isolation. The official response to the massacre involved classified clean-up operations, memory suppression for the few witnesses who lacked security clearance, and construction of cover stories that attributed the deaths to equipment failure rather than psychic combat. Brenner, injured but alive, began immediate work on understanding what had happened and how to prevent similar incidents in the future. 11 underwent intensive psychological evaluation and eventually continued training under even more carefully controlled conditions. None of them knew what had become of Henry Creel, number 1, the original subject whose abilities had inspired the entire program. The Tier 11 had created, and the dimension beyond it remained beyond Brenner's capacity to study or understand. Official records listed Henry as deceased, his body disintegrated in the incident that killed the other subjects. This conclusion was logical, supported by evidence, and completely wrong. 20 years of patience had taught Henry to wait for opportunity. 20 years of captivity had refined his ability to survive conditions that would destroy others. And the dimension he had been banished to, the realm of decay and shadow that would become known as the Upside Down, would provide the opportunities for transformation that exceeded anything Hawkins' laboratory had ever attempted. What Brenner had tried to create through controlled experiments, what Henry had been born with naturally, was about to evolve into something unprecedented. The orderly, who had mopped floors and plotted revenge, was about to become something far more terrible than either form had suggested possible. The most brilliant monsters think in dimensions beyond human comprehension. When 11's desperate surge of power tore through Henry Creel, it did not destroy him as she believed. Instead, her telekinetic fury ripped open a gateway to a realm that existed alongside reality like a dark mirror, a place of rot and decay, of vines and spores, of consciousness without form, waiting for a mind powerful enough to claim it. Henry Creel fell through that portal broken in body, but awakened in purpose, tumbling into the upside down, not as a victim, but as its future architect. The transit itself was agony beyond anything physical torture could achieve. 11's attack had not simply injured Henry, but fundamentally unmade him at a molecular level, disintegrating flesh and bone, while simultaneously forcing his consciousness through a dimensional barrier that human minds were never meant to cross. Lightning from the tear burned through him, leaving scars that would never heal. His left eye was destroyed, the tissue vaporized by energies that existed between, rather than within normal space. Skin charred and cracked across his entire body as reality itself rejected his passage through the gateway. Yet even as his physical form suffered catastrophic damage, something else was happening. The dimensional transit was changing him in ways that went beyond simple injury. The barrier between worlds was not merely empty space, but a region where the normal rules governing matter and energy broke down. Passing through it exposed Henry to forces that rewrote his biological structure, that altered the fundamental relationship between his consciousness and the physical vessel that housed it. He was being unmade and remade simultaneously, transformed by passage through a space that should have killed him, but instead offered something unprecedented. Rebirth. The fall seemed to last both seconds and eternity, time losing meaning in the space between dimensions. Then impact. Henry hit solid ground, in a world that was and was not the place he had left. The immediate sensation was wrongness, a fundamental discord between this realm and the reality his body had been designed to inhabit. The air was thick with particles that had no equivalent in the normal world, spores that floated through the atmosphere like snow made of decay. The temperature hovered at a constant coolness that suggested neither day nor night, but eternal twilight. Struggling to his feet, Henry found himself in a version of Hawkins' laboratory that was simultaneously familiar and alien. The corridors looked correct in their basic architecture, but the walls were covered in organic growth that pulsed with slow, rhythmic movement. Vines thick as human limbs wound through doorways and wrapped around structural elements. The fluorescent lights that had illuminated his captivity for 2 decades were absent here, replaced by a dim, reddish glow that seemed to emanate from the atmosphere itself, rather than any specific source. This was the upside down, though Henry had no name for it yet. A dimension that existed in parallel to the world he knew, occupying the same spatial coordinates, but separated by barriers that normally prevented any awareness of its existence. The laboratory he stood in was not the actual facility, but a reflection of it, a copy rendered in decay and shadow. Every room existed here, every corridor could be traversed, but all of it was overgrown with the organic matter that seemed to be this dimension's natural state. The physical pain from his transformation remained intense. Henry's burned flesh ached with each movement. His destroyed eye left him with unbalanced vision that would require adjustment. The lightning scars that covered his body pulsed with residual energy from the dimensional crossing. A normal person, subjected to such injuries, would have been incapacitated, would have required immediate medical intervention to survive. Henry was discovering that the rules governing survival had changed along with his location. Walking through the dark mirror of the laboratory where he had spent 20 years, Henry began to understand several crucial facts about his new environment. The first was temporal. Looking through windows revealed a Hawkins frozen at what appeared to be the exact moment of his banishment. The town outside sat suspended in early evening on September 8, 1979. No movement occurred in the streets, no changes manifested in the sky. This dimension had somehow locked onto that specific moment and remained there, a snapshot made dimensional rather than photographic. The second crucial discovery involved the organic matter that covered everything. The vines were not simply plant growth, but something more fundamental to this dimension's nature. They responded to Henry's presence, shifting and moving in ways that suggested awareness. When he touched them, they recoiled slightly, then extended back toward him with what almost seemed like curiosity. The relationship was not hostile, but it was undeniably responsive. This dimension was not merely a location, but something alive, something conscious, in ways that defied normal biology. The third and most significant discovery came when Henry extended his psychic abilities, testing whether they functioned in this alien environment. What he found was extraordinary. His telepathy, which had been limited to reading individual minds in close proximity, now expanded to encompass vast distances. He could sense minds across the dimensional barrier, could perceive thoughts and emotions from people who existed in the normal world, while he remained trapped in this reflection. The barrier that separated dimensions was permeable to consciousness, even when physical passage remained impossible, without the kind of catastrophic tear 11 had created. But beyond the human minds he could sense across the barrier, Henry detected something else, a presence within the Upside Down itself, distributed throughout the dimension rather than localized in any single point. It was vast, ancient in a way that suggested existence predating human consciousness, and fundamentally alien to anything he had encountered before. This was not a mind in the sense humans understood the term. It was something more primal, a form of awareness that operated on principles beyond individual identity or discrete thought. The nature of this presence would be debated by those who eventually studied the Upside Down from the outside. Some would theorize that Henry created it, that his consciousness imposed structure on formless dimensional energy and birthed what would be known as the Mind Flayer. Others would argue that the entity existed before Henry's arrival and simply found in him a consciousness compatible enough to merge with. The truth likely existed somewhere between these extremes, in territory where creation and discovery blended into transformation that changed both parties. What is certain is that Henry did not flee from this presence or attempt to resist it. Instead, he explored the connection with the same systematic curiosity he had applied to understanding his family's minds decades earlier. The entity had no language, no concepts that translated into words, but it possessed something Henry recognized: will. The desire to expand, to consume, to transform everything it touched into versions of itself. This was not evil as humans understood the term, but something more fundamental, the basic imperative of existence asserting itself without moral consideration or restraint. Henry found kinship in this, his contempt for humanity, his view of normal existence as performance masking meaninglessness, his belief that power justified its own exercise regardless of consequences. All of these aligned perfectly with the entity's fundamental nature. Where others might have recoiled from merging with something so alien, Henry embraced it, not as subjugation or possession, but as synthesis. His human consciousness and its vast, distributed awareness began blending, each changing the other, creating something that was neither Henry Creel nor the dimension's original inhabitant, but a fusion of both. The physical manifestations of this merger were dramatic and irreversible. The vines that covered the Upside Down began integrating directly into Henry's body, growing through his burned flesh and wrapping around his skeletal structure. This was not parasitic invasion, but symbiosis. The organic matter of the dimension became part of his physical form, granting him connection to the realm's distributed consciousness, while anchoring his damaged human body in something more resilient than normal tissue. His appearance transformed from human into something monstrous. The vine integration created protrusions and growths across his torso and limbs. His burned skin took on a greyish pallor that made him appear corpse-like. The lightning scars remained visible as permanent marks of his violent entry into this dimension. His destroyed eye left him with an asymmetrical face that emphasized the inhuman nature of his transformation. What remained of Henry Creel physically was barely recognizable as the man who had mopped floors in Hawkins' laboratory. But the transformation went beyond mere appearance. Henry's connection to the Upside Down granted him abilities that exceeded anything he had possessed naturally. His telekinesis, already formidable, now drew on the dimensional energy surrounding him, allowing him to reshape matter with precision that bordered on reality manipulation. His telepathy expanded to encompass not just individual minds, but the collective consciousness of everything connected to the Upside Down's hive network. He could see through the eyes of creatures native to this dimension, could direct their movements, could experience their sensory input as extensions of his own perception. The creatures themselves were fascinating discoveries. Demogorgons prowled through the dark reflection of Hawkins, predators perfectly adapted to the Upside Down's environment. They possessed no true intelligence as humans understood it, operating instead on instinct and hunger. But through the hive mind, Henry found he could direct these instincts, could point the creatures towards specific targets or tasks, could essentially puppeteer them while they retained enough autonomy to navigate their environment effectively. Smaller organisms existed in vast numbers throughout the dimension. Vine networks spread like neural pathways across the landscape. Spores filled the atmosphere, carrying information between different parts of the hive mind and allowing the dimension's consciousness to remain unified despite its distributed nature. All of this responded to Henry's will once he integrated with the system, transforming the Upside Down from a hostile alien environment into an extension of himself. The question of what to call himself in this transformed state was resolved through connection to memories that existed in the normal world. Through his enhanced telepathy, Henry could observe the lives of people across the dimensional barrier. Among the children of Hawkins, he discovered a game called Dungeons and Dragons, a fantasy role-playing system where participants assumed fictional identities and embarked on imaginary adventures. The game featured creatures and characters drawn from mythology and creative invention. One such character was Vecna, a lich and undead wizard of tremendous power who had achieved immortality through dark magic. The name resonated with Henry for multiple reasons. It suggested transformation from human to something beyond mortality. It carried connotations of dark power and forbidden knowledge. It was a name that children used to frighten each other in games, unaware that something matching the description was forming in a dimension adjacent to their own reality. Henry adopted it, discarding his human identity along with his human form. He was no longer Henry Creel or Number One. He was Vecna, and the Upside Down was his domain. Understanding this domain became his focus during the years immediately following his transformation. Vecna explored the dark mirror of Hawkins methodically, mapping the correspondence between this dimension and the normal world. Every building existed here in corrupted form. Every street could be traversed, though overgrown with vines and bathed in perpetual twilight. The frozen temporal state meant that nothing changed beyond the organic growth that spread slowly but continuously through the environment. The laboratory where he had been imprisoned received particular attention. Vecna established his primary residence in the Upside Down's version of the Creel House on Moorhead Street, the location where he had murdered his family in 1959. The symbolic resonance was clear. Returning to the site of his first killings, now transformed into a lair in a dimension of death. Here he created what could only be called a throne, an organic structure of vines and bone that served as the focal point for his connection to the hive mind. From this position, Vecna could extend his consciousness throughout the entire upside down, experiencing the dimension as a unified whole while maintaining his individual identity. The vine networks functioned like neural pathways, carrying his will to distant locations. The creatures served as sensory organs, allowing him to perceive events across vast distances. The spores acted as communications medium, distributing information throughout the hive network. He had become something approaching a god within this realm. His consciousness merged with its fundamental structure, but godhood in an empty dimension held limited satisfaction. Vecna's attention increasingly turned toward the barrier separating him from the world that had rejected him. Through his enhanced telepathic abilities, he could observe events in normal Hawkins with clarity that exceeded anything possible during his captivity. He watched people go about their lives, read their thoughts, witness their fears and hopes and secret shames. The contempt he had felt for humanity, as Henry Creel, had not diminished with transformation. If anything, his expanded perspective only reinforced his view that normal existence was meaningless performance, desperately maintained against encroaching awareness of life's fundamental emptiness. What had changed was his capacity to act on that contempt. As Henry, he had been limited to reading minds and moving objects within a single dimension. As Vecna, he commanded an entire realm and could perceive across dimensional boundaries. The question became not whether he could influence events in the normal world, but how. The barrier was permeable to consciousness, but not to physical matter. He could observe, but not directly act. The creatures of the Upside Down could not cross into reality without a gate connecting the dimensions. This limitation became the focus of Vecna's research during his first years in the Upside Down. If physical passage required gates, he needed to understand gate mechanics. The tear 11 had created when banishing him had been temporary, sealing shut moments after his passage. But the energy required to create it suggested that similar breaches might be engineered through other means. Vecna began experimenting with the dimensional barrier, probing it from his side, testing its properties and searching for weaknesses. The experiments revealed several crucial facts. First, the barrier was not uniformly strong. Certain locations showed more permeability than others, places where the separation between dimensions was thinner. Hawkins' laboratory was one such location, possibly because of the psychic energies that had been released there over years of experiments. The Creel house was another, perhaps influenced by the murders Henry had committed there in 1959. These thin points represented potential sites for future gates if sufficient energy could be applied. Second, the barrier responded to psychic forces differently than to physical ones. Where physical impact simply rebounded, psychic energy could create temporary distortions that persisted longer before collapsing. This suggested that gates might be opened through concentrated psychic effort rather than mechanical or conventional energy sources. The implications were significant. If Vecna could develop sufficient psychic power, he might be able to tear through the barrier himself without requiring outside intervention. Third, events in the normal world sometimes created echoes or distortions in the Upside Down. Strong emotions, particularly fear and pain, seemed to resonate across the dimensional boundary more clearly than neutral states. Violent deaths created brief flares of energy that Vecna could detect even from his throne in the Creel house. This suggested a potential mechanism. If human suffering could be weaponized, if deaths could be orchestrated with sufficient trauma and precision, the accumulated psychic energy might be enough to weaken the barrier or even tear it open. These discoveries occupied Vecna through the early 1980s. While normal Hawkins progressed from September 1979 forward, while the town slowly forgot the covered-up massacre at the laboratory, while new children were born and old residents died, Vecna remained in the frozen reflection of that September night, planning and preparing and developing his understanding of the prison that held him. 4 years passed in the normal world, marked by the usual progression of seasons and events. In the upside down, time held no meaning beyond the patient accumulation of knowledge and power. By 1983, Vecna had transformed from the burned, broken figure that had fallen through Eleven's gateway into something far more formidable. His integration with the upside down was complete. His control over the dimension's creatures and organic networks was absolute. His telepathic range encompassed the entire town of Hawkins and beyond. He had identified potential gate locations and understood the energy requirements for opening them. All that remained was opportunity. That opportunity would arrive on November 6, 1983, when Dr. Brenner's continued experiments at Hawkins' laboratory created a breach that Vecna could not have engineered himself, but could definitely exploit. The irony was perfect. Brenner, who had imprisoned Henry for 2 decades, would inadvertently provide the means for Vecna to begin his return. But that return would not be immediate or direct. Vecna had learned patience through 20 years of captivity and 4 years of dimensional exile. He would not waste his first real opportunity through hasty action. Through pain came transcendence. Through banishment came dominion. Through apparent defeat came the birth of something unprecedented in human history. A being who existed between dimensions, who could touch minds across the barrier of reality itself, who had transformed from gifted child to something approaching a dark god. Henry Creel was dead. Vecna had been born, and in the frozen decay of the upside down, surrounded by a consciousness that bent to his will, he began plotting a return to the world that had rejected him, not as victim, not as experiment, but as architect of its ultimate transformation. Even the most powerful beings cannot act without instruments. From his throne in the upside down, Vecna would spend years learning to extend his influence across the dimensional barrier, seeking those whose minds could be touched, whose bodies could be controlled, whose fears could be exploited. The children of Hawkins, Indiana, would provide his first opportunities. November 6, 1983, arrived in normal Hawkins with the unremarkable quality of any autumn evening. Parents prepared dinner. Children finished homework. The town's daily rhythms continued with the predictable regularity that characterized small-town American life in the Reagan era. At Hawkins National Laboratory, however, Dr. Martin Brenner was conducting an experiment that would shatter the dimensional barrier his former subject had been probing for 4 years. 11, now 12 years old, had developed into Brenner's most powerful asset. Her abilities had grown substantially since the massacre she'd caused in 1979, refined through continued training that pushed her to locate targets at increasing distances. On this particular evening, Brenner directed her to find a specific individual using only a photograph as reference. The target was a Russian agent, thousands of miles away. The task required 11 to extend her consciousness across unprecedented distance, to search through countless minds until she located the correct one. She succeeded. Her psychic awareness expanded beyond the laboratory, beyond Hawkins, beyond the United States entirely, traversing the globe until it locked onto the Russian operative Brenner had specified. But in pushing her abilities to such extreme range, in forcing her consciousness across such vast distance, 11 created something neither she nor Brenner had anticipated. A tear formed in the dimensional barrier. Not the catastrophic rip she had created when banishing Henry, but a controlled opening that connected Hawkins' laboratory directly to the upside down. Vecna sensed the gate's formation immediately. From his position in the dark reflection of Hawkins, he felt the barrier weaken and then breach, creating a passage between dimensions that had not existed moments before. This was not his doing. He had been planning methodically toward eventually creating such an opening himself, but Brenner's experiment had accomplished it first. The irony was not lost on Vecna. The doctor, who had imprisoned him for 20 years, had just provided the means for his return to the world that had rejected him. The gate's location was ideal. It opened in the laboratory's basement, in an area Vecna knew intimately from his years of captivity. The passage connected the two dimensions at a fixed point, creating a bridge through which physical matter could pass in either direction. This was fundamentally different from the temporary tears he had been studying. Those lasted seconds before collapsing. This gate remained stable, held open by energies Vecna did not fully understand, but could definitely exploit. His first action was reconnaissance rather than direct assault. A demogorgon drawn by the gate's opening, and the fresh sense bleeding through from the other dimension approached the passage. Vecna extended his will through the hive mind, directing the creature to investigate. The demogorgon crossed the threshold without difficulty, emerging in the laboratory's basement with all its predatory instincts intact, and now under Vecna's distant guidance. The creature's sensory input flowed back to Vecna through their connection. He could see through its eyes, smell through its olfactory organs, hear through its primitive auditory system. This was extraordinary. For 4 years, he had been limited to observing the normal world through telepathy alone, perceiving thoughts and emotions, but unable to directly interact with physical reality. Now, through this creature, serving as his proxy, he could touch that world again. The demogorgon hunted through Hawkins' laboratory that night, driven by hunger but guided by Vecna's strategic interest. It did not kill randomly, but moved through the facility gathering information about security protocols, staff numbers, and the laboratory's current operations. When it eventually retreated back through the gate, Vecna had learned more about Brenner's current program in a few hours than years of telepathic observation had revealed. The doctor had continued his work creating psychically gifted children, though now with only 11 remaining after the 1979 massacre. The laboratory's security had been enhanced substantially. And most significantly, Brenner appeared to have no understanding of what the gate actually connected to, or what consciousness waited on the other side. But the gate's opening had another consequence Vecna had not anticipated. The Upside Down, which had existed in a frozen state since his arrival in 1979, suddenly changed. The dimension's temporal lock broke, updating to match November 6, 1983, and then freezing again at that specific moment. This created a strange temporal relationship between the two dimensions. In normal Hawkins, time would continue flowing forward from this date. In the Upside Down, everything remained locked at November 6, 1983, perpetually. The dark reflection would never progress beyond this evening, creating a permanent snapshot of Hawkins as it existed the moment 11 tore open the gate. The reason for this temporal freezing was unclear even to Vecna. Perhaps it represented some fundamental property of how gates functioned, anchoring the Upside Down to the specific moment of connection. Perhaps the massive psychic energy 11 had channeled created a temporal distortion as side effect. What mattered was not the mechanism, but the implication. The Upside Down was now permanently connected to a specific moment in Hawkins' history, creating reference point and anchor for everything that would follow. In the days after the gate's opening, Vecna continued his reconnaissance through Demogorgon proxies. The creatures crossed between dimensions with increasing frequency, hunting in normal Hawkins, and carrying back both prey and information. One such hunt would provide Vecna with his first human subject for extended study, William Byers, a 12-year-old boy cycling home from a friend's house on the evening of November 6th. The selection was not random. Vecna had been observing Hawkins telepathically for years, cataloguing the town's residents and identifying those who might prove useful for future plans. Will Byers possessed sensitivity to psychic phenomena that exceeded normal human awareness, a minor gift that would never have developed into conscious ability but registered on Vecna's perception as potential vulnerability. When a demogorgon encountered the boy on a dark road outside town, Vecna directed the creature to take him alive, rather than simply feeding. Will was dragged through the gates into the Upside Down, terrified and completely unprepared for the alien environment. Vecna watched with interest as the boy struggled to survive in the toxic atmosphere, avoiding the dimension's predators while searching desperately for escape. This was not cruelty for its own sake, but systematic testing. How long could a normal human survive in the Upside Down's environment? What psychological effects did prolonged exposure create? Could someone trapped here be influenced telepathically more easily than subjects in the normal dimension? The answers were illuminating. Will survived longer than Vecna had predicted, demonstrating both resourcefulness and unexpected resilience. The Upside Down's toxic spores did affect him, creating respiratory distress and gradual poisoning, but the process took days rather than hours. Most significantly, the boy's fear and desperation made him extremely vulnerable to psychic influence. Vecna could touch his mind across the dimensional space between them, could observe Will's thoughts with clarity that exceeded normal telepathic range, could even implant suggestions that the boy perceived as his own ideas. This last discovery was particularly valuable. If Vecna could influence someone's thoughts while they remained in the Upside Down, perhaps that influence could extend even after they returned to the normal dimension. The concept required testing, but Will Byers provided the perfect subject. When the boy's mother and a group of teenagers eventually located him and brought him back through the gate, Vecna allowed the rescue to proceed. Will was more useful, alive and back in normal Hawkins, than dead in the Upside Down. The rescue operation itself revealed additional information about how humans were responding to the gate's existence. A teenager named Nancy Wheeler had crossed into the Upside Down through a temporary portal, demonstrating that the main gate in the laboratory was not the only potential connection point between dimensions. Smaller breaches could form spontaneously at locations where the barrier had been weakened by proximity to the main gate or by psychic energy. This suggested that the dimensional separation was degrading around Hawkins, that multiple connection points might eventually allow movement between worlds at various locations, rather than just a single laboratory gate. Will's return to normal life in late November 1983 marked the end of Vecna's first major experiment with cross-dimensional influence. The boy had been exposed to the Upside Down for approximately 1 week, long enough for the dimension spores to thoroughly infiltrate his system and for Vecna's psychic touch to establish lasting connection to his consciousness. When Will went home and attempted to resume his normal routine, Vecna could observe through their link, could sense the boy's thoughts and emotions, could potentially influence his behavior if necessary. This connection would prove crucial for the next phase of testing. Throughout December 1983 and into early 1984, Will experienced what his doctors attributed to post-traumatic stress disorder, flashbacks, hallucinations, episodes where he appeared to be back in the Upside Down, despite physically remaining in the normal world. What the medical professionals could not know was that these episodes were not merely psychological, but genuinely perceptual. Will was seeing into the Upside Down through the connection Vecna had established, experiencing temporary overlap between dimensions that gave him glimpses of the dark reflection that existed alongside his normal reality. Vecna monitored these episodes with clinical interest. They revealed that prolonged exposure to the Upside Down created lasting perceptual changes in human subjects, that the boundary between dimensions could become permeable at the individual level even when physical gates remained closed. Will was developing what would later be called true sight or now memories, the ability to perceive both dimensions simultaneously, to exist in one while seeing the other. This was not a gift, but a vulnerability, a wound in the boy's consciousness that connected him permanently to the realm that had nearly killed him. By late 1984, Vecna was ready to escalate from observation to direct intervention. Will's connection to the upside down had been tested and proven stable. The boy's vulnerability to psychic influence had been documented. What remained was determining whether that influence could extend to full possession, to using Will's body as a vessel for Vecna's consciousness in the normal dimension. The experiment began in October 1984, when Will experienced his first episode of complete blackout, losing time and awareness while something else operated his body. The possession was not immediate or total. Vecna could not simply transfer his entire consciousness into Will's form, both because the dimensional barrier prevented such complete passage and because a 12-year-old's mind would shatter under the weight of his alien awareness. Instead, the possession worked through gradual infiltration. Vecna would extend a portion of his consciousness through their connection, overriding Will's control for brief periods, using the boy's senses to experience the normal world directly rather than through telepathic observation or creature proxies. These early possession attempts were clumsy and incomplete. Will would regain consciousness with gaps in his memory, with unexplained actions he could not remember performing, with the sensation of having been pushed aside in his own mind by something vast and hostile. His family and friends recognized these symptoms as escalating beyond simple PTSD, but lacked any framework for understanding possession by an entity from another dimension. They sought conventional medical help that could offer no meaningful intervention. As Vecna's possession attempts became more sophisticated, he began using Will for reconnaissance, far more detailed than Demogorgons could provide. The boy attended school, interacted with family and friends, moved through Hawkins with complete freedom that no creature from the upside down could achieve. Through Will's eyes, Vecna observed daily life in the town. Through Will's ears, he heard conversations about the strange events of the previous year. Through Will's memories, he accessed information about the people who had discovered the gate and understood what it represented. One figure stood out in these observations: 11. The girl who had banished Henry Creel in 1979 was still alive, still in Hawkins, still possessed abilities that made her dangerous to Vecna's plans. She had closed the gate in November 1983, using her telekinetic power to seal the breach Brenner's experiment had created. This demonstrated both her continued strength and her potential to disrupt future attempts at dimensional bridging. If Vecna was to succeed in his ultimate goals, 11 would need to be neutralized or eliminated. But studying 11 through Will's connection revealed complications. The girl had gone into hiding after closing the gate, living secretly with the town's police chief rather than returning to Brenner's custody. Her location was known to only a small group of people who had helped her escape the laboratory. More significantly, her abilities remained formidable, despite having been temporarily depleted by the effort of closing the gate. She was recovering, growing stronger again, potentially becoming powerful enough to thwart any direct assault Vecna might attempt. This recognition led Vecna to an important strategic conclusion. He was not yet ready for direct confrontation. The reconnaissance phase needed to continue. He needed to understand more about how humans were studying the upside down, what they had learned about the gate and the dimension beyond it, what defenses they might mount against future incursions. Most critically, he needed to determine 11's current power level and whether she posed immediate threat to his plans. The possession of Will Byers escalated through late 1984, providing Vecna with extended periods of control and increasingly detailed intelligence about Hawkins. Through the boy's body, he moved through the town mapping locations, identifying key figures and assessing the overall awareness level about supernatural events. Most citizens remained ignorant of the truth, their understanding limited to cover stories about laboratory accidents and missing children eventually found. But a core group knew the reality. The police chief, several teenagers, and Will's immediate family all understood that something from another dimension had invaded their world. This core group posed both threat and opportunity. They were informed enough to recognize future incursions, but small enough that their warnings might be dismissed by authorities. They had demonstrated capability to fight against creatures from the upside down, but lacked any understanding of the intelligence directing those creatures. Most significantly, they were emotionally connected to Will Byers, making them hesitant to take actions that might harm the boy even when they suspected his possession. Vecna exploited this hesitation ruthlessly. When Will's friends and family began recognizing the possession symptoms and attempting to drive out the invading presence, Vecna used their attachment to the boy as shield. Every attempt to harm the possessing entity risked harming Will himself. The emotional leverage was perfect, creating paralysis in those best positioned to resist, while Vecna gathered the intelligence he required. The ultimate conclusion of this possession experiment came in November 1984, when Will's allies finally developed a method to drive Vecna's consciousness out of the boy's body. They used heat, raising Will's core temperature beyond what the cold, adapted upside-down presence could tolerate, essentially burning Vecna out of his host while trying not to kill the child in the process. The technique worked. Vecna's connection to Will was severed, his consciousness forced to retreat fully back into the upside down. This appeared to be a defeat, the end of his most successful attempt at direct influence in the normal world. In reality, it was completion of a successful reconnaissance mission. Vecna had learned several crucial lessons through the year-long possession of Will Byers. Human hosts could be controlled but required gradual infiltration rather than immediate takeover. Emotional connections to the host created complications that limited what enemies would do to resist. Heat and other environmental factors could disrupt possession, meaning any future attempts would need to account for such defensive measures. And most importantly, the core group in Hawkins had demonstrated both their capabilities and their limitations in fighting supernatural threats. While the Will Byers possession unfolded through 1984, Vecna had not been idle in other areas. The Gate 11 had closed in November 1983 was gone, but the dimensional barrier around Hawkins remained. Weakened, small tiers continued forming spontaneously at various locations, creating temporary passages that closed quickly, but demonstrated the ongoing degradation of the separation between worlds. Vecna probed these tiers when they appeared, testing whether they could be widened or stabilized, seeking to understand the mechanics that might allow him to create gates himself rather than relying on others to open them. The testing revealed frustrating limitations. Creating a stable gate required massive energy expenditure from the normal dimension side. Vecna could push against the barrier from within the upside down, could create temporary bulges and weak points, but breaking through completely required force he could not generate alone. 11 had torn the original gate through sheer psychic power focused at a single point. Brenner's experiments had created the November 1983 gate through sophisticated equipment, channeling 11's abilities in controlled fashion. Both methods required resources Vecna did not possess while trapped in the upside down. This limitation led him to an important realization. If he could not create gates himself, he needed to ensure that others created them for him. This meant either manipulating those who had the power to tear through dimensions or finding alternative methods that did not require direct gate opening. The former seemed unlikely given that 11 was in hiding and Brenner's laboratory had been shut down after the events of 1983. The latter required creativity that would eventually lead to Vecna's curse methodology, but in 1984, that innovation still lay years in the future. For now, Vecna focused on expanding his understanding and influence through available methods. If he could not cross dimensions himself, he could extend his reach through creatures that could traverse the weakened barriers. If he could not possess humans permanently, he could influence them telepathically for brief periods. If he could not create stable gates, he could exploit the temporary tiers that formed spontaneously. Each limitation became a puzzle to solve, rather than an absolute barrier to his goals. 1985 brought new opportunities when Russian scientists, operating in secret beneath Hawkins' new shopping mall, succeeded in creating an artificial gate using technology rather than psychic power. Their methods involved massive energy arrays that essentially brute forced through the dimensional barrier, tearing it open through electromagnetic force rather than telekinetic ability. Vecna sensed this new gate's formation in June 1985, recognizing immediately both its potential utility and its fundamental difference from previous passages between dimensions. The Russian gate was larger and more stable than 11's original breach had been, maintained by continuous energy input from the equipment keeping it open. This suggested a new pathway for dimensional bridging that did not require psychically gifted individuals. If sufficient conventional technology could tear through the barrier, then gates might be created anywhere humans could build the necessary equipment. The strategic implications were significant. Vecna's plans need not depend on rare individuals like 11, but could potentially exploit human technological development. Through this gate, Vecna extended his influence more aggressively than during previous incursions. He directed creatures to cross into normal Hawkins, using them for reconnaissance and for gathering biological material. That material would serve a specific purpose, constructing a physical manifestation of the Mind Flayer's consciousness in the normal dimension. If Vecna could not cross over himself, perhaps he could build a body from native materials that would serve as his avatar. The construction process was grotesque but methodically planned. Using human hosts partially possessed through the same techniques Vecna had tested with Will Byers, he directed them to consume chemical compounds that would liquefy their bodies at the cellular level. This biomass was collected and combined, shaped through psychic will into a massive creature that existed partly in the normal dimension and partly as extension of the Upside Down's hive mind. The resulting flesh monster was neither fully alive nor fully controlled technology, but something between. Organic matter puppeteered by distributed consciousness. This experiment represented Vecna's most ambitious attempt yet at manifestation in the normal world. The flesh monster could move freely in Hawkins, could attack targets directly, could serve as both weapon and reconnaissance platform, while remaining under his complete control. It was clumsy compared to a human body, conspicuous in ways that limited its utility for subtle operations, but it demonstrated proof of concept. Vecna could create physical presence in the normal dimension using materials from that dimension, bypassing some limitations that prevented his own crossing. The flesh monster's destruction came in July 1985, when the same core group that had saved Will Byers discovered the Russian gate and moved to close it. 11, now considerably older and stronger than during her previous confrontations with upside-down threats, used her abilities to destroy the Russian equipment maintaining the gate. Without continuous energy input, the portal collapsed. The flesh monster, severed from the hive mind that animated it, dissolved back into its component biomass. The Russian facility, it was destroyed, buried under its own collapse. Once again, Vecna's direct attempt at influence appeared to end in failure. The gate was closed. His avatar was destroyed. The core group had successfully defended Hawkins against invasion. But as with Will Byers' possession, this apparent defeat was actually successful intelligence gathering. Vecna had learned that the Russians could create gates through technology, suggesting that future attempts might not require 11's cooperation. He had demonstrated that physical manifestation in the normal dimension was possible through creative application of available resources. He had observed how his enemies responded to escalating threats. noting both their capabilities and the costs those defences extracted. Most significantly, he had witnessed Eleven's condition after closing the Russian gate. The effort had cost her dramatically, not just depleting her abilities temporarily, but apparently eliminating them entirely. She had pushed herself beyond previous limits, and something had broken. In the aftermath of the Starcourt battle, 11 no longer demonstrated any psychic powers whatsoever. The girl who had banished Henry Creel in 1979, who had closed the original gate in 1983, who had just destroyed the flesh monster and sealed the Russian portal, was now powerless. This was the intelligence Vecna had been seeking through years of probing and testing. His greatest obstacle had been removed not through his direct action, but through 11's own efforts to stop him. The irony was exquisite. By forcing her to expend everything in defending Hawkins, by creating threats that required her maximum output repeatedly, he had effectively neutralized the one force that could definitively oppose his plans. She might recover eventually, but that recovery would take time. And time was something Vecna had learned to use with devastating effectiveness. 3 major incursions, 3 apparent defeats, but Vecna had not sought victory in these early movements. He had sought knowledge, how gates functioned, how humans could be controlled, how 11's power operated, how trauma created vulnerability. By 1985, when the Starcourt gate closed and 11 lost her abilities, Vecna had assembled all the intelligence he required. The reconnaissance phase was complete. The shadow years had served their purpose. Now, with his greatest obstacle neutralized and his understanding of dimensional mechanics perfected, the time had come for direct action. The curse he had been developing would not rely on gates or intermediaries. It would be personal, surgical, and devastating. And it would begin not with random victims, but with carefully selected targets whose deaths would serve a precise purpose. Absolute power requires absolute preparation. Between 1985 and 1986, while Hawkins recovered from the Starcourt fire and the Byers family relocated to California, Vecna remained in the Upside Down, refining the technique that would allow him to kill from across dimensions without requiring open gates or physical manifestation. What he created was not merely murder, but transformation of human death into architectural tool. The foundation of Vecna's curse methodology lay in understanding psychic vulnerability. His years of observing humanity through telepathic connection had revealed a pattern. Trauma created openings in consciousness that extended beyond psychological damage into something measurable at the level where mind intersected with dimensional barriers. People carrying profound emotional wounds existed in a state of partial exposure, their psychic defenses compromised by the weight of unprocessed pain. These individuals were not simply easier to influence telepathically. They were structurally vulnerable in ways that could be exploited for purposes beyond mere mental manipulation. Vecna's experiments during the shadow years had demonstrated that consciousness could bridge dimensions under specific circumstances. Will Byers' possession had worked because the boy carried residual connection to the Upside Down from his week trapped there. The flesh monster had functioned through partially possessed hosts whose minds had been open to hive mind infiltration. Both examples relied on prior dimensional contact, creating pathways for further influence. What Vecna needed was a method to establish such pathways without requiring victims to physically enter the Upside Down first. Trauma provided the answer. Severe emotional wounds created distortions in consciousness that registered across dimensional boundaries, similar to how physical gates created passages for matter. Someone carrying deep psychological damage existed simultaneously in normal reality and in a mental landscape shaped by their pain. That landscape, being partially constructed from fear and suffering rather than physical matter, had properties more similar to the Upside Down than to normal space. It could be accessed telepathically by someone who understood how to navigate the boundary between dimensions and human consciousness. The technique Vecna developed operated through systematic exploitation of this vulnerability. First, identify individuals carrying profound trauma. The deeper and more unresolved, the better. Second, establish telepathic contact through the opening their psychological wounds created. Third, manifest within their mental landscape, appearing not as external voice, but as intrusion into their perceived reality. Fourth, intensify their fear and suffering through carefully crafted visions that resonated with their specific trauma. Fifth, at the moment of maximum terror, use the psychic energy generated by their breaking mind to physically kill them from across the dimensional barrier. This last step was crucial and unprecedented. Traditional telepathy could influence thoughts, could create hallucinations, could even cause psychological damage severe enough to result in death through shock or heart failure. Vecna's curse went further. The psychic bridge created by accessing someone's trauma could be weaponized to project telekinetic force directly into their body. He could break bones, rupture organs, and ultimately stop their heart through the remote application of power that used their own consciousness as the transmission medium. The killing itself was theatrical by design. Vecna lifted his victims telekinetically, suspending them in air while systematically breaking their limbs. He targeted eyes specifically, rupturing them through focused pressure that served both symbolic and practical purposes. The symbolism resonated with his own destroyed left eye, making each murder echo his transformation. The practical element involved eliminating the victim's ability to see the normal world, forcing them to exist entirely within the nightmare vision he had created until death released them. But murder alone, however precisely executed, would not achieve Vecna's ultimate goal. He needed these deaths to serve as more than simple killing. Each victim needed to function as an anchor point for dimensional bridging, their death creating a permanent weakness in the barrier between worlds. This required understanding how psychic energy translated into physical effect on dimensional structure. The research that led to this understanding had occupied much of Vecna's time between 1985 and early 1986. He conducted experiments using creatures from the upside down, testing how their deaths at various locations affected the dimensional barrier. The results revealed a pattern. Death accompanied by extreme fear and suffering created temporary distortions in the barrier at the location where the killing occurred. These distortions faded quickly, but they demonstrated proof of concept. Traumatic death released energy that affected dimensional structure. Scaling this effect to create permanent gates required specific conditions. First, the victim needed to carry sufficient trauma that Vecna could establish deep psychic connection. Second, the death needed to occur at maximum psychological terror, generating peak energy output. Third, the killing needed to happen in normal Hawkins rather than the upside down, creating the distortion on the correct side of the dimensional barrier. Fourth, and most critically, multiple deaths needed to occur in specific geometric pattern, their combined energy creating reinforcing effect that would prevent the gates from collapsing. Vecna calculated that 4 deaths would be sufficient, not 3, which lacked the geometric properties he required, not 5, which would create redundancy without additional benefit. 4 victims, killed at locations forming a specific pattern across Hawkins, would create gates that intersected in ways that generated a larger central rift. The mathematics was complex, involving dimensional topology that had no conventional scientific framework, but Vecna's merged consciousness with the upside down's distributed intelligence provided intuitive understanding of the geometry involved. The gates would form at each kill site, spreading from the exact location where the victim died. They would expand outward in predictable fashion, growing larger as the dimensional barrier degraded around them. Eventually, the four gates would meet at a central convergence point, creating a massive rift that would effectively merge the two dimensions across a substantial area. Hawkins would become a bridgehead, a zone where the upside down bled into normal reality without requiring continuous energy input to maintain the passage. This convergence would accomplish something no previous gate had achieved. It would allow Vecna himself to cross into the normal dimension. The barrier that had kept him trapped since 1979 would be effectively eliminated across the affected area. He would no longer need to work through creature proxies or possession of human hosts. He could manifest physically in Hawkins, bringing the full weight of his power to bear directly rather than projecting it across dimensional boundaries. The implications extended beyond simple freedom of movement. Once the dimensions merged, the Upside Down's influence would spread like infection from the convergence point. Organic matter from the dark dimension would begin growing in normal Hawkins. The atmosphere would be contaminated with spores. The temperature would drop. The sky would darken. Everything within the affected zone would slowly transform, becoming more like the Upside Down with each passing day. Vecna would not merely visit Hawkins, he would reshape it in the image of his domain. This vision of merged dimensions, of Hawkins transformed into an extension of the Upside Down, with himself as its architect and ruler, drove Vecna's planning through late 1985 and into 1986. But realizing the vision required more than theoretical understanding. It demanded identification of appropriate victims, individuals whose trauma made them vulnerable, while their deaths would create gates at geometrically useful locations. Victim selection became an exercise in systematic analysis. Vecna observed Hawkins telepathically, scanning the population for individuals carrying profound psychological wounds. The town provided abundant options. Years of supernatural incidents had left trauma scattered throughout the community. Parents who had lost children to demogorgons. Teenagers who had witnessed things that shattered their understanding of reality. Children growing up in the shadow of events their families could not explain. Hawkins was a town saturated in fear and unresolved pain. From this pool of potential victims, Vecna needed to identify those whose trauma was both deep enough to create strong psychic bridges and current enough to be actively affecting their consciousness. Old wounds, however severe, often developed scar tissue that made them less accessible for exploitation. What he sought was fresh pain, wounds still open and bleeding emotionally, minds actively struggling with trauma they could not process or escape. Chrissy Cunningham emerged as the first selection. Outwardly, she appeared to be a success story, popular cheerleader, dating the school's star athlete, maintaining excellent grades while participating in numerous extracurricular activities. The performance was flawless to casual observation, but Vecna's telepathic probing revealed the reality beneath the facade. Chrissy carried trauma from childhood abuse that had never been addressed or resolved. Her mother's demands for physical perfection had twisted into eating disorder that consumed her thoughts. She existed in constant state of anxiety about maintaining the image others expected while feeling herself disintegrating internally. The depth of her suffering made her perfectly vulnerable. Her mind was already partially fractured, split between the performance she maintained publicly and the anguish she experienced privately. Vecna could access that fracture easily, could slip into the gap between her public persona and her private agony. Her location in Hawkins was also strategically useful. She lived near the trailer park on the east side of town, providing one anchor point for the gate pattern Vecna was planning. Fred Benson represented different trauma profile, but equal vulnerability. A year earlier, Fred had been driving when his car struck and killed another student. The accident had been ruled unavoidable, Fred cleared of legal responsibility, but the psychological impact had been devastating. He carried survivor's guilt that manifested as intrusive memories of the crash, recurring nightmares about the moment of impact, and crushing sense of responsibility for death he could not have prevented. His attempts to process this trauma through journalism, investigating Hawkins' dark history as if understanding past horrors might somehow contextualize his own, had only deepened his obsession. Fred's guilt created an opening in his consciousness that Vecna recognized as exploitable. The boy was actively reliving his trauma, voluntarily returning his mind to the moment of the accident repeatedly as he tried to make sense of it. This made establishing psychic connection particularly straightforward. Vecna could simply insert himself into Fred's existing pattern of intrusive memories, transforming them from ordinary flashbacks into vehicles for dimensional bridging. Fred's location near Lover's Lake provided the second anchor point for the gate pattern. Patrick McKinney's trauma was more direct and ongoing. The basketball player's home life involved abuse from his father that had been occurring for years. Patrick carried both the physical scars and the deeper psychological wounds of sustained victimization. He had developed elaborate coping mechanisms, athletic achievement, social popularity, carefully maintained facade of normalcy, but beneath these defenses lived constant fear and rage that he could express to no one. The combination of fear and suppressed anger made Patrick especially valuable for Vecna's purposes. The psychic energy generated by such conflicted emotions would be particularly intense at the moment of death. Patrick also provided geographic utility, his activities around the lake creating opportunities for a kill location that would serve the geometric pattern Vecna required. The third gate would open near the second, creating reinforcing effect as they expanded toward eventual convergence. The fourth and final victim required the most careful consideration. This death would complete the pattern, would be the trigger that caused all four gates to surge toward their meeting point and create the massive central rift. The victim needed to carry trauma as profound as the others, while also being positioned such that their death would create the ideal fourth corner in Vecna's geometric design. Most critically, this victim needed to survive long enough for Vecna to complete his first 3 kills, as attempting all 4 simultaneously would divide his attention and potentially compromise the precision required. Max Mayfield was the perfect choice. She carried trauma from her stepbrother Billy's death in 1985, survivor's guilt compounded by the complicated relationship she had maintained with him before his demise. Billy had been abusive, had made her life miserable, yet his death in defending Hawkins from the flesh monster had created moral confusion that Max could not resolve. She felt she should mourn him, felt guilty for feeling relieved he was gone, felt responsible for not having prevented his death somehow, despite knowing rationally that nothing she could have done would have changed the outcome. This psychological complexity created exactly the kind of fracture Vecna could exploit. Max's mind was at war with itself, unable to settle on a coherent emotional response to Billy's death. She had withdrawn from friends and family, isolated herself in depression, spent months replaying memories and struggling to make sense of feelings that contradicted each other. She was trapped in her trauma in ways that exceeded the other victims, making her the ideal final anchor for Vecna's dimensional architecture. Her geographic location was also perfect. The Mayfield residence sat on the west side of Hawkins, opposite from Chrissy's trailer park location. With Fred near Lover's Lake to the north and Patrick at the lake's southern edge, Max's death would complete a 4-pointed pattern that would create gates spreading toward the center of town from all directions. When they met, the convergence would occur at Hawkins' geographic heart, maximizing the affected area and ensuring the dimensional merge extended across the maximum possible territory. Beyond these strategic considerations, Max represented personal significance. She was part of the core group that had resisted Vecna's influence during the shadow years. She had helped close the gate in 1983. She had been present during Will Byers' possession. She had fought the flesh monster in 1985. Killing her would eliminate one of the few people in Hawkins who understood the supernatural threat the town faced. It would also send a clear message to the others. Their previous victories had been temporary, and nothing they had done could ultimately stop what Vecna was building. The timing of the curse was determined by multiple factors. Vecna needed sufficient time to establish psychic connections with all 4 victims, to understand their trauma thoroughly enough to craft visions that would break them completely. He needed to wait until Eleven's powers showed no sign of recovering, ensuring she could not intervene as she had during previous incursions. He needed the victims to be in locations where their deaths would serve his geometric requirements. All of these factors aligned in March 1986. Chrissy would die first, killed at the trailer park on March 21st, 1986. Her death would open the first gate and demonstrate the curse's effectiveness, while also serving another purpose. The killing would be witnessed, creating panic and investigation that would distract Hawkins' authorities from understanding the true nature of what was beginning. Fred would follow on March 22nd, killed at Lover's Lake in location that appeared unconnected to the first death. Patrick's death on March 23rd would establish the pattern. 3 kills in 3 days, each accompanied by gate opening that authorities would mistake for earthquake aftershocks. Max would die on March 27th, several days after the 3rd killing. The gap served strategic purposes. It would allow time for panic to spread through Hawkins, for the town to become focused on stopping future murders, for Max's allies to identify her as potential victim and attempt to protect her. These attempts would provide intelligence about their capabilities and potentially create opportunities to eliminate them alongside Max when the 4th killing occurred. The delayed timing also allowed the first 3 gates to expand substantially before the 4th opened, ensuring maximum effect when they all surged toward convergence simultaneously. Each victim would experience the curse through similar but individually tailored process. First would come headaches, minor at first but growing more severe over days. These were not psychosomatic, but actual neurological effects of Vecna establishing his psychic bridge, the pressure of his consciousness forcing its way into theirs, creating measurable physical symptoms. Next would come nosebleeds, blood vessels rupturing under psychic strain as the bridge strengthened and Vecna's presence became more substantial in their minds. Then visions would begin, not dreams during sleep, but waking hallucinations that invaded their normal perception. The visions would draw from their specific trauma, showing them distorted versions of the memories that haunted them. Chrissy would see her mother's face twisted into something monstrous. Fred would relive the car crash with supernatural elements inserted. Patrick would experience his father's abuse amplified beyond human possibility. Max would witness Billy's death repeatedly, each replay showing more grotesque detail. As the visions intensified, a specific symbol would appear, a grandfather clock. This was Vecna's signature, a psychological weapon designed to increase terror while also providing warning that death approached. The clock represented time running out, mortality becoming immediate rather than abstract. Its appearance was tailored to each victim's consciousness. Chrissy saw it in her family's Victorian furnishings. Fred encountered it in the old funeral home, near where he had killed someone. Patrick glimpsed it in his nightmares of drowning. Max found it in the abandoned Creel house she had explored years earlier. The clock served practical purpose beyond symbolism. When victims saw it, they entered a trance state that marked the final stage before death. In this trance, they existed simultaneously in normal reality and in the vision Vecna had constructed. Others could see them standing motionless, eyes distant, completely unresponsive to external stimuli. From the victim's perspective, they had been pulled fully into the nightmare. With normal reality fading into background noise they could no longer access. Breaking free from the trance was theoretically possible, but required intervention from outside. Someone needed to jolt the victim back to normal consciousness, to provide strong enough sensory input or emotional connection that it could compete with the overwhelming intensity of Vecna's vision. This vulnerability in the curse was deliberate rather than oversight. Vecna wanted his victims to know escape was possible, wanted them to struggle against their fate, because the energy generated by desperate resistance enhanced the power released at the moment of death. 3 deaths executed with surgical precision. 3 gates opened at predetermined coordinates. 3 traumatized teenagers whose suffering had been transformed into dimensional architecture. Only one remained, Max Mayfield, whose grief over her stepbrother's death made her the perfect cornerstone for Vecna's grand design. Everything had been calculated, the locations, the timing, the specific traumas that would create the strongest psychic bridges. The reconnaissance of 1983-1985 had provided the knowledge. The isolation of 1985-1986 had provided the development time. Now in March 1986, with 11,000 of miles away and Hawkins' defenders scattered and unprepared, Vecna moved to complete his masterwork. 4 kills, 4 gates, 1 merged dimension where he would rule as God over the ruins of the world that had tried to contain him. Even the most carefully constructed plans can face unexpected resistance. Vecna had accounted for many variables in his design: geography, psychology, dimensional mechanics, energy requirements. What he had not fully appreciated was the capacity of traumatized children to recognize their own kind, or the lengths desperate humans would travel to save a single life. March 27, 1986, arrived with the weight of 3 deaths already pressing on Hawkins. Chrissy Cunningham's broken body had been discovered in Eddie Munson's trailer 4 days earlier. Her death attributed to satanic ritual by authorities seeking explanations for the inexplicable. Fred Benson had died near Lover's Lake on March 22nd, his corpse found in similar condition. Limbs broken at impossible angles, eyes destroyed, expression frozen in terminal terror. Patrick McKinney's death on March 23rd completed the pattern that few in Hawkins recognized as geometric, but many felt as escalating catastrophe. The town was in a state approaching panic. 3 teenagers dead in days, all exhibiting identical trauma patterns that suggested ritualistic killing. The local police, led by Chief Calvin Powell, had arrested Eddie Munson as the primary suspect, though evidence was circumstantial at best. The real investigators, a core group of teenagers and young adults who understood Hawkins' supernatural history, recognized the deaths as something far beyond human capability. They had seen this before: people killed by forces from the upside down, their bodies bearing the signature of dimensional violence. Max Mayfield knew she was next. The symptoms had been building for days: headaches that intensified into migraine-level agony, nosebleeds that came without warning, and most disturbing, visions of a decrepit house that she recognized as the abandoned Creel residence on Moorhead Street. She had explored that house years earlier with her friends, had felt its wrongness even then, and now it haunted her waking hours with increasing frequency. The grandfather clock she glimpsed in those visions chimed 4 times. A countdown she understood was meant for her. Her friends, Lucas Sinclair, Dustin Henderson, Steve Harrington, Nancy Wheeler, and Robin Buckley, had been investigating the murders through different angles. Nancy and Robin traced connections to Victor Creel, the man imprisoned in Penhurst Asylum for allegedly murdering his family in 1959. Their research uncovered something crucial. Victor claimed he had survived the attack that killed his wife and daughter because music had somehow broken the trance he had been in, had pulled him back from whatever supernatural force was trying to kill him. The discovery arrived on March 27th, the same day Max's symptoms accelerated toward the breaking point. She was at the cemetery where Billy was buried, processing guilt and grief that had been consuming her for months, when the vision seized her completely. This was not the partial hallucination she had experienced previously, but full psychic assault. Her consciousness was torn from the normal world and thrust into the nightmare Vecna had constructed specifically for her. The vision manifested as the Creel house, its interior rotting and wrong, corridors stretching in impossible directions. Max ran through rooms that shifted and changed, pursued by something she could not see but could feel, pressing against her mind with suffocating weight. Then the grandfather clock appeared, its face looming larger than life, its chimes counting down her remaining time. 4, 3, 2, 1. As the fourth chime faded, Vecna revealed himself. The figure that emerged from the shadows of the vision was Henry Creel, transformed into something that belonged to nightmares rather than reality. Vines grew through his grey flesh. Lightning scars covered his body. His left eye was a ruined socket, his remaining eye fixed on Max with recognition that made clear this was not random violence, but targeted killing. He knew her. He had been watching her. And now he had her trapped in a place where no one could intervene. Vecna's voice, when he spoke, carried multiple tones layered over each other. Henry's human voice mixed with something vast and inhuman that belonged to the Upside Down's distributed consciousness. He told Max about time, about how it consumes everything, about how her running from Billy's death was futile, because guilt would catch her regardless. He showed her visions of Billy dying again and again, each replay emphasizing her helplessness to prevent it. He made her watch herself, as she had been that day, frozen in fear while the Mind Flayer's flesh monster bore down on them. But in the physical world, Max's friends were acting on the intelligence Nancy and Robin had gathered. Music had saved Victor Creel. Perhaps music could save Max. They had discovered her favourite song through cassette tapes in her room. Kate Bush's Running Up That Hill, A Deal with God. Steve grabbed the Walkman they had brought with them, positioned the headphones on Max's unresponsive head, and pressed play. The song's opening synthesizer notes reached Max across the dimensional barrier Vecna had erected. In the vision, standing at the grandfather clock, with Vecna approaching to complete her murder, Max heard something that did not belong to the nightmare. The music was wrong for this place, was too specific to her personal taste, was too connected to memories that existed outside her trauma. It created dissonance in the carefully constructed vision, introducing element that Vecna had not accounted for. The effect was dramatic. Max's consciousness, which had been pulled fully into Vecna's domain, suddenly had an anchor point back to normal reality. The music was not merely auditory stimulus, but emotional tether, connecting her to a version of herself that existed before Billy's death, before the depression and isolation, before Vecna had identified her as prey. Kate Bush's voice, singing about making deals with God, resonated with Max's desperate wish that she could have traded places with Billy, could have died instead of him, could somehow undo the past year of guilt and grief. This emotional resonance gave Max the strength to resist. In the vision, she turned away from Vecna and ran, not deeper into the Creel house, but toward a distant point of red light that represented the gateway back to her own consciousness. Vecna pursued, his telekinetic power reaching for her across the mental landscape, but the music created interference that weakened his grip. Max ran through corridors of memory, through rooms that represented moments from her past, moving toward the light with desperate speed. She emerged from the trance gasping, her friends' faces swimming into focus as normal reality reasserted itself. The cemetery was still there. The gravestone stood unchanged. Billy's marker remained exactly as it had been. But Max had travelled somewhere else entirely and returned, breaking free from what should have been inescapable trap. Vecna's first attempt on her life had failed. This failure was unprecedented in his experience with the curse. Chrissy, Fred and Patrick had died exactly as planned. their deaths creating gates that even now spread across Hawkins like cracks in glass. But Max had escaped, not through superior psychic power or dimensional understanding, but through something far simpler: emotional connection to music, to memory, to a version of herself that trauma had not completely destroyed. Vecna had not anticipated this vulnerability in his methodology. Music as lifeline, as anchor to reality, as weapon against psychic assault, it was elegantly simple and devastatingly effective. The escape provided Max's friends with crucial intelligence, but also created immediate problem. They now knew the killer was Henry Creel, the boy who had murdered his family in 1959 before somehow becoming something supernatural that existed in the Upside Down. They knew he targeted people with trauma, pulled them into visions before killing them, and that music could break his hold. What they also knew was that Max remained vulnerable. Escaping once did not guarantee future safety. Vecna would try again, and next time he would adapt his approach to account for what he had learned from the first failure. A desperate plan began forming among the group. If Max was the fourth and final victim, if her death would complete the pattern and open the gate that would allow Vecna to physically manifest, then preventing her death was essential. But they could not simply hide her. Vecna had demonstrated ability to reach his victims wherever they were, to pull them into his domain through psychic bridges that required no physical proximity. Running was not viable defense. The alternative was more radical. Use Max as bait. Let Vecna believe he was succeeding in pulling her into another killing trance, but protect her with music and human connection, while others entered the Upside Down directly and attacked him at his source. If Vecna was physically vulnerable in his lair, if he could be wounded or killed by conventional weapons, then eliminating him might be the only way to permanently stop the curse and prevent the fourth gate from opening. This plan was monumentally dangerous and depended on multiple variables aligning perfectly. Max would need to voluntarily enter a trance, trusting that her friends could pull her back before Vecna killed her. Meanwhile, others would need to enter the Upside Down through one of the existing gates, navigate to the Creel house where Vecna had established his lair, and assault him physically while he was distracted by Max's attempted murder. The timing would be critical. Too early, and Vecna might sense the attack coming. Too late, and Max would die before they could complete their assault. Eddie Munson and Dustin Henderson volunteered to create a distraction. If Vecna controlled the creatures of the Upside Down, drawing those creatures away from the Creel house might reduce the defenses around Vecna's position. They would enter through the gate at the trailer park, the first gate opened by Chrissy's death, and use amplified music to attract demogorgons and other creatures toward their position. Eddie, as a guitarist, insisted on the theatrical perfection of playing Metallica's Master of Puppets at maximum volume in a dimension of monsters. Steve Harrington, Nancy Wheeler, and Robin Buckley would form the assault team. They would enter through the same gate, split from Eddie and Dustin, and navigate to the Creel house in the Upside Down. There they would find Vecna in his lair and attack him with whatever weapons they could carry. Molotov cocktails would provide fire. Shotguns would provide kinetic impact. The plan was crude but potentially effective. Hurt him badly enough and fast enough that he could not maintain his hold on Max. Lucas Sinclair would remain with Max's physical body. His role was to monitor her vital signs, to be ready to restart her heart if Vecna succeeded in stopping it, and most critically, to operate her Walkman, ensuring that running up that hill played continuously to provide her escape route if she needed to break free from Vecna's vision before the assault team completed their work. The plan was implemented on the same day Max's first escape occurred. There was no time to wait, no opportunity for extensive preparation. Every hour that passed allowed the first 3 gates to expand further, allowed Vecna to adapt his strategy, allowed more opportunities for something to go wrong. They gathered the necessary supplies, coordinated their timing, and moved into position. Eddie and Dustin entered the Upside Down first, moving through the dark reflection of the trailer park toward Eddie's trailer, which they had fortified with salvaged metal sheets to create defensible position. Eddie's guitar and amplifier were already set up, powered by a generator they had dragged through the gate from the normal world. When the moment came, they would announce their presence to every creature within miles, transforming themselves into irresistible targets. Steve, Nancy, and Robin followed minutes later, splitting off toward the Creel house. The journey through the Upside Down was treacherous even for those who had traversed it before. The atmosphere was thick with spores that required masks to breathe safely. The vines underfoot were slick and treacherous, sometimes moving of their own accord. Creatures prowled the darkness between buildings, their clicking calls echoing through streets that resembled Hawkins but felt fundamentally alien. They reached the Creel house as twilight equivalents settled over the Upside Down. The structure looked even more decayed in this dimension than in normal reality, its boards rotting, its windows dark, its interior promising nothing but danger. But intelligence suggested this was where Vecna had made his lair, where he would be most vulnerable because most of his consciousness would be focused on killing Max rather than defending his physical form. In the cemetery in normal Hawkins, Max sat with Lucas beside her, the Walkman ready, her consciousness preparing to voluntarily enter the trance she had fled hours earlier. The risk was extraordinary. She was choosing to give Vecna another opportunity to kill her, trusting that music and Lucas's vigilance would save her if things went wrong, trusting that Steve, Nancy, and Robin would reach Vecna before he could complete the murder. But she also recognized something crucial. They needed Vecna distracted, needed him focused completely on her, so he would not sense the attack coming until too late. The trance came easily. Max stopped resisting the psychic pressure she'd been fighting all day, allowed the headaches and nosebleeds and visions to overwhelm her defenses, surrendered to the pull of Vecna's consciousness, reaching across dimensions to claim her. Her eyes went distant, her breathing slowed. From Lucas's perspective, she appeared to stop existing as conscious person, reduced to empty vessel, sitting motionless, while something terrible happened in spaces he could not access. From Max's perspective, she was back in the Creel house vision, back in the nightmare Vecna had constructed. But this time, she was not running. She was waiting, buying time, trusting that while Vecna prepared to kill her, others were moving against him in ways he would not anticipate until the pain made his intentions impossible to complete. In the Upside Down, Steve, Nancy, and Robin entered the Creel house through its sagging front door. The interior was even worse than the exterior suggested. Vines covered every surface, the air was thick with spores, and in the attic, connected to the house through organic growths that seemed to merge his body with the structure itself, they found Vecna. His appearance was more monstrous than any description could have prepared them for. The vines did not simply cover him, but grew through him, integrating with his flesh in ways that made it unclear where his body ended and the Upside Down began. His grey skin was covered with the lightning scars of his transformation. His face was a mask of inhuman fury and concentration as he focused his full attention on Max, on the final killing that would complete his pattern and tear open reality itself. Nancy struck first. She threw a Molotov cocktail that exploded against Vecna's torso, covering him in flame. He screamed, more in rage than pain, his concentration on Max breaking as physical agony demanded attention. Robin fired a shotgun, the blast tearing into Vecna's shoulder and spinning him partially around. Steve followed with another Molotov, then another, bathing Vecna in fire that should have killed any normal creature. But Vecna was not normal. His body burned but did not die. His flesh tore but regenerated almost immediately, the wounds closing as the Upside Down's hive consciousness poured energy into sustaining him. He turned his attention from Max to his attackers, his single functional eye fixing on them with recognition and hatred. Nancy Wheeler, the girl who had crossed into his dimension years ago, the journalist who had researched his history. Now she came with weapons to his sanctum, interrupting the culmination of years of planning. Vecna's counterattack was immediate and devastating. His telekinesis seized all three of them simultaneously, lifting them from the floor and slamming them against walls with bone-breaking force. Nancy fired again, but Vecna deflected the shotgun blast with a gesture. Robin and Steve's additional Molotov cocktails shattered before reaching him, their contents splashing harmlessly on the attic floor. He was adapting to their assault, his consciousness recovering from the initial surprise and organizing defense, but the damage had been done. The fire had wounded him severely, even if not permanently. The shotgun blasts had torn through tissue that required time to regenerate. Most critically, his concentration on Max had been shattered. In the cemetery, Max felt Vecna's grip on her consciousness weaken, felt the trance state becoming less absolute as his attention divided between her and the physical threats attacking him in the Upside Down. Lucas saw her eyes flutter, saw her take a deeper breath, saw signs that she might be coming back to consciousness. But then he saw something worse. Her body lifted into the air, suspended by invisible force. Her limbs began bending at wrong angles. Her eyes went wide with pain. Vecna had not released her. He was trying to kill her, even while defending himself against the assault in his lair, splitting his attention between two battles simultaneously. In the attic of the Creel house, Steve managed to break free from Vecna's telekinetic grip long enough to tackle him physically, driving both of them toward the window. They crashed through rotten wood and fell together, tumbling from the second story toward the ground below. Nancy and Robin followed, leaping from the window rather than waiting for Vecna to recover enough to kill them. The fall should have been devastating. For Steve, it meant painful impact and immediate need to scramble away before Vecna could retaliate. For Vecna, it meant his body striking the ground with impact that broke bones and tore already burned flesh. He lay in the rotting yard of his childhood home, wounded by fire and bullets and fall, his concentration on Max completely shattered by the physical trauma. In the cemetery, Max dropped back to the ground, her bones no longer breaking, her consciousness returning to her body. Lucas grabbed her, checking for vital signs, finding her heart still beating, her lungs still drawing breath. She had come within seconds of death, but the assault on Vecna had saved her. The plan had worked, except it had not completely. As Steve, Nancy and Robin climbed to their feet in the Upside Down, searching the darkness for Vecna's body, they found nothing. The ground where he had fallen showed impact crater, showed signs of the massive trauma he had sustained, but Vecna himself had vanished. He had retreated into the shadows, had pulled himself deeper into the Upside Down's organic networks, had used whatever time their moment of disorientation provided to escape before they could verify his death. This ambiguity would prove crucial. Had they killed him, wounded him severely enough that he could not continue, or merely driven him into temporary retreat? They could not know. What they did know was that Max lived, her heart still beating despite Vecna's attempts to stop it. The fourth killing had been prevented. The fourth gate would not open. The pattern would remain incomplete. But as the assault team made their way back through the Upside Down toward the gate, as Eddie and Dustin concluded their distraction and began their own retreat, as Lucas helped Max to her feet in the cemetery and confirmed she was genuinely alive, a terrible discovery emerged. Max had not escaped unharmed. Her heart had stopped, however briefly. She had been clinically dead for enough time that the dimensional architecture Vecna had planned to create through her murder had partially formed. At the cemetery, in the trailer park, at Lover's Lake, and at the Creel house, gates were tearing open. Not the small stable passages that Eleven or the Russians had created, but massive rifts that spread from their origin points, like cracks in reality itself. Vecna's curse had been interrupted, but not stopped. Max's temporary death had been sufficient to trigger the gate's opening, even though her revival prevented the convergence from completing as planned. In the space of minutes, Vecna's certainty had been shattered. His physical form lay wounded by conventional weapons wielded by determined teenagers. His psychic connection to Max Mayfield had been broken twice, once by music, once by telekinetic intervention from physical assault. Yet even as Steve, Nancy and Robin descended to find no body among the vines, even as Lucas cradled Max's broken form while checking her vital signs, Vecna's plan achieved its essential goal. Max's heart had stopped. The fourth kill, however briefly, had been completed, and across Hawkins, at 4 precisely calculated coordinates, gates tore open exactly as designed, spreading like fractures in glass toward their inevitable convergence. The greatest disasters often arrive not through single catastrophic events, but through cascading failures that transform isolated incidents into systemic collapse. As Max Mayfield's heart restarted in Lucas Sinclair's arms on the evening of March 27, 1986, her physical resurrection could not undo what her temporary death had already accomplished. 4 gates had opened across Hawkins, spreading from their origin points like fractures in glass. Within hours, they began converging toward the centre of town, creating a massive rift that would swallow buildings, tear through streets, and effectively merge 2 dimensions across a substantial area of Indiana. The initial earthquake registration occurred at 7:43 p.m. on March 27th, detected by seismographs across the Midwest. The United States Geological Survey recorded it as magnitude 5.8, centered in Hawkins with unusual characteristics that defied conventional tectonic activity. The tremors were not uniform, but occurred in 4 distinct pulses radiating from separate epicenters across town. Geologists analyzing the data would later note with confusion that the epicenters corresponded to no known fault lines, that the energy signatures suggested something other than rock displacement, and that aftershocks continued with geometric precision that natural earthquakes never demonstrated. What the scientific instruments could not capture was the true nature of what was happening. At the trailer park where Chrissy Cunningham had died, reality was tearing open. A vertical fissure, perhaps 6 feet wide initially, glowing with the red energy characteristic of dimensional boundaries, spread outward from the exact spot where her broken body had been discovered. The fissure did not simply crack the ground, but seemed to dissolve it, replacing normal earth and grass with the vine-covered organic matter of the upside down. The expansion was visible to anyone nearby, though most residents had already fled the trailer park after Chrissy's death and the subsequent police investigation. At Lover's Lake, where Fred Benson and Patrick McKinney had died on consecutive days, 2 additional gates opened simultaneously. The lake's surface fractured along lines that spread from the shore toward deeper water, creating rifts that glowed red beneath the waves. Fish died by the thousands as water chemistry changed, as temperature dropped, as something toxic bled through from the other dimension. The forest around the lake began withering within minutes, trees that had stood for decades suddenly browning and decaying, as if subjected to decades of rot, compressed into moments. At the cemetery where Max's heart had stopped, the 4th gate opened directly at Billy Mayfield's grave. The earth split, tombstones toppled, and a chasm, perhaps 20 feet wide, at its origin point began spreading outward through the cemetery grounds. Coffins were exposed as soil fell away into dimensional tiers. The dead remained undisturbed by the upside down's organic matter, which seemed to grow around rather than through human remains. But the cemetery transformed from peaceful memorial into grotesque fusion of normal and nightmare landscape. These 4 gates did not remain isolated. They expanded continuously, their growth rate accelerating through the first hours after opening. By midnight on March 27th, Each had spread to encompass areas roughly 100 yards in radius from their origin points. The trailer park was effectively consumed. Lover's Lake was bisected by intersecting rifts. The cemetery had become impassable, and the gates continued spreading, their edges advancing several feet per hour as the dimensional barrier degraded further. The convergence pattern became apparent within hours. The four gates were not expanding randomly, but growing toward a central point in downtown Hawkins. Their edges advanced faster in directions that led toward this convergence than in other directions, creating asymmetric growth that revealed the geometric precision of Vecna's design. By dawn on March 28th, the leading edges of the four gates were approaching downtown from four directions, creating a cross-shaped pattern of dimensional intrusion aimed at the town's heart. The convergence itself occurred at approximately 11 a.m. on March 28th, some 15 hours after the gates initially opened. The four expanding rifts reached downtown Hawkins simultaneously, their edges meeting at the intersection of Main Street and Maple Avenue. When they touched, the effect was catastrophic. A massive vertical rift tore open, extending from the ground to perhaps 300 feet in the air, creating a wound, in reality, large enough to swallow the town library and half a city block. This central rift was fundamentally different from the four gates that had created it. Where those had been relatively contained tiers with defined edges, the convergence rift was chaotic and expanding. Its boundaries fluctuated, surging outward in pulses that consumed additional territory with each wave. The downtown area around the convergence point began transforming rapidly. Normal buildings replaced by their upside-down equivalents, streets covered in organic growth, atmosphere filling with the spores and particles that characterized the dark dimension. The official response to these events was hampered by fundamental misunderstanding of what was occurring. Local authorities, lacking any framework for dimensional incursion, treated the situation as natural disaster, combined with possible terrorist attack. Chief Powell coordinated emergency services evacuation of areas around the earthquake damage, unaware that the damage was not from seismic activity, but from reality itself breaking down. State police and National Guard units were mobilized based on reports of civil unrest and structural collapse, arriving to find a situation that defied their training and equipment. Federal agencies arrived by the afternoon of March 28th, drawn by the unprecedented nature of the seismic readings and by classified alerts related to Hawkins National Laboratory's history. The Department of Energy, which had overseen the laboratory's operations for decades, sent teams equipped with instruments designed to detect dimensional anomalies. These teams confirmed what local authorities could not accept. Hawkins was experiencing dimensional collapse, a merging of normal space with an adjacent reality that had been previously accessible only through artificial gates. Dr. Sam Owens, who had taken over Hawkins' laboratory operations after Brenner's death in 1984, arrived on March 28th with authorization to implement containment protocols. His assessment was grim. The gates were not closing. The convergence rift was still expanding. The atmospheric contamination from upside-down particles was spreading beyond the immediate gate areas. And most troubling, the dimensional bleed showed no signs of stabilizing or reversing. Hawkins was being slowly consumed by the dark reflection that had existed alongside it, and nothing in the government's arsenal seemed capable of stopping the process. Evacuation orders were issued for the entire town on the evening of March 28th. Residents were given hours to collect essential possessions before being transported to emergency shelters in surrounding counties. The evacuation was complicated by the convergence rift splitting Hawkins geographically, with some neighborhoods cut off from escape routes by expanding gates. National Guard units used helicopters to extract residents from isolated areas, while engineers worked to establish safe corridors through zones where gate expansion had temporarily slowed. The scale of displacement was extraordinary. Hawkins' population of approximately 30,000 people was dispersed across Indiana and neighboring states within 48 hours. Families were separated, businesses were abandoned, entire neighborhoods were left empty as their residents fled the dimensional intrusion that was consuming their town. The human cost was measured not in immediate deaths. Casualties from the gates opening were minimal due to the late hour when they appeared, but in the destruction of community, in the loss of homes and stability, in the trauma of witnessing reality itself breaking down. By March 29th, Hawkins resembled a war zone more than a Midwestern town. Military checkpoints surrounded the area, preventing civilian access to the contaminated zones. Reconnaissance drones flew overhead, documenting the spread of upside-down matter and tracking the gate's continued expansion. Scientific teams in protective equipment collected samples of the organic growth, the atmospheric particles, the altered soil composition. What they found defied easy categorization: biological material that was neither plant nor fungus, particles that exhibited properties suggesting both matter and energy, environmental changes that could not be explained through chemistry or physics. The convergence rift had stabilized somewhat by March 29th, but showed no signs of closing. It remained a massive tear in downtown Hawkins, perhaps 400 feet tall and 200 feet wide at its maximum extent. Through this rift, the upside down was directly visible to anyone willing to approach close enough. A dark mirror of Hawkins frozen at November 6, 1983, overgrown with vines, bathed in perpetual twilight and utterly hostile to human life. Creatures moved within the visible portions of the upside down, demogorgons and other entities that occasionally approached the rift, as if curious about the barrier that separated dimensions. The 4 original gates continued spreading outward from their origin points, though their expansion rates had slowed considerably. Each had consumed roughly a quarter-mile radius around its epicenter by March 29th. The trailer park was gone entirely, replaced by upside-down landscape. Lover's Lake was partially transformed, its waters poisoned, and its shores overgrown. The cemetery was unrecognizable, gravestones toppled among vines and organic matter. Together with the convergence rift, the gates had consumed approximately 1/3 of Hawkins' total area, creating zones where the upside down had effectively replaced normal reality. The environmental effects extended beyond the immediate gate areas. Plant life across Hawkins showed signs of stress and decay, with trees browning and grass withering in patterns that suggested contamination spreading through soil and air. The temperature had dropped several degrees across the entire town, creating unseasonable cold that persisted regardless of weather patterns. The sky had taken on a greyish quality, particularly at dawn and dusk, as if the particles from the upside down were accumulating in the atmosphere and filtering sunlight. Most disturbing to scientific observers was evidence that the dimensional bleed was not contained to Hawkins. Instruments detected similar but far weaker signatures in a radius extending perhaps 50 miles from the convergence rift. This suggested the possibility that the gate's influence might spread beyond their immediate location, that the dimensional collapse occurring in Hawkins could potentially expand to affect surrounding regions. The implications were catastrophic. If the spread continued unchecked, the upside down might eventually consume not just one town, but entire regions, states, or potentially the entire planet. Containment strategies were debated, but none showed promise. The gates could not be closed through any conventional means. Attempts to seal them with physical barriers failed as the barriers were simply consumed by the expanding rifts. Chemical treatments designed to halt the spread of upside-down organic matter proved ineffective. The alien biology resistant to everything from herbicides to fire. Even nuclear options were considered and rejected, both because the political cost would be enormous and because models suggested that such extreme measures might simply accelerate the dimensional collapse rather than stopping it. The only proven method for closing gates remained Eleven's psychic abilities. But Eleven was thousands of miles away in California, her powers still absent after the effort of destroying the Russian gate in 1985. Even if her abilities could be recovered, even if she could be brought back to Hawkins, there was no guarantee she could close 4 separate gates plus the massive convergence rift simultaneously. The energy requirement would be unprecedented, potentially beyond even her considerable capacity. This left authorities in a position of enforced containment rather than elimination. Military perimeters were established to prevent civilian access to the contaminated zones. Scientific monitoring stations were constructed at safe distances to track gate expansion and environmental changes. Emergency response teams stood ready to evacuate additional areas if the spread accelerated. But fundamentally, the response was reactive rather than proactive, observing and documenting a catastrophe they could not stop. While these events unfolded in normal Hawkins, Max Mayfield lay in a hospital bed at Hawkins Memorial, one of the few facilities still operating within the evacuation perimeter. Her physical condition defied medical explanation. Her heart beat steadily, her lungs drew breath, her body showed all signs of basic metabolic function, but her brain activity was minimal, barely registering on monitoring equipment. Her eyes, damaged during Vecna's attack, showed injury patterns that ophthalmologists could not categorize. Not trauma from impact or chemical burn, but something that appeared to have damaged the tissue from within. She existed in a coma from which doctors could not wake her. Standard stimuli produced no response. Pain did not register. Sound and light went unacknowledged. For all practical purposes, Max was absent from her body. Her consciousness fled or trapped in some location medical science could not access. Lucas maintained vigil at her bedside, talking to her despite receiving no indication she could hear, holding her hand despite knowing she could not feel his touch. 11 attempted to reach Max through their psychic connection, using techniques she had developed for remote viewing during her years at Hawkins Laboratory. Creating a sensory deprivation environment using a makeshift isolation tank. 11 pushed her recovering abilities to their limit, searching for Max's consciousness across the distance separating California from Indiana. What she found was darkness. Not the expected mental landscape of someone in a coma, not the dreamlike imagery of unconscious thought, but absolute void. Max's mind was either completely empty or hidden behind barriers 11 could not penetrate. This discovery was more disturbing than simple unconsciousness. It suggested Max's consciousness had not merely shut down, but had actively fled or been removed from her body. The implications were unclear. Had Vecna somehow captured her mind during the moments her heart stopped? Had Max herself hidden her consciousness to prevent Vecna from using her as a gateway into the normal dimension? The answers remained beyond reach, locked in darkness that even 11's considerable psychic abilities could not illuminate. In the Upside Down, Vecna was discovering his own limitations. The assault by Steve, Nancy, and Robin had inflicted severe damage to his physical form. The burns from the Molotov cocktails had charred flesh that required extensive regeneration. The shotgun blasts had torn through tissue and broken bones. The fall from the attic window had caused additional trauma to a body already compromised by multiple injuries. For the first time since his transformation in 1979, Vecna found himself genuinely incapacitated. His survival was possible only through his integration with the Upside Down itself. The dimension's hive consciousness poured energy into his damaged form, accelerating healing processes beyond anything human biology could achieve. Vines grew more densely through his wounds, providing structural support while his own tissue regenerated. The organic matter of the dimension essentially became life support system, sustaining Vecna while his body slowly repaired catastrophic damage. The regeneration process was not instantaneous. Days passed with Vecna suspended in his lair, connected to the Upside Down's networks, more completely than ever before. His consciousness distributed throughout the dimension, while his physical form healed. He could still perceive events in normal Hawkins through the hive mind's connection to creatures near the gates. He could observe the military response, the scientific investigation, the evacuation of the town's population, but he could not act directly, could not manifest the telekinetic power or psychic influence that had made him dangerous. This forced dormancy was frustrating, but not unexpected. Vecna had always understood that his physical form remained vulnerable despite his supernatural abilities. The assault had proven that conventional weapons, properly applied with surprise and determination, could damage him severely. The teenage attackers had exploited his distraction while he focused on Max, had used fire and kinetic impact to overwhelm his defenses. The lesson was clear. He could not afford to divide his attention again, could not assume physical invulnerability simply because he commanded dimensional forces. Yet the assault had also revealed his greatest strength. Despite suffering injuries that would have killed any normal creature, despite being burned and shot and broken, he had survived. His connection to the Upside Down made him essentially unkillable through conventional means. Destroying his physical body would require severing that connection, and nothing the attackers had done approached that level of disruption. He remained anchored to the dimension itself, his consciousness distributed across the hive mind, his existence guaranteed as long as the Upside Down persisted. From his position, suspended in regenerative stasis, Vecna observed the success and failure of his plan with mixed assessment. The gates had opened as designed. The convergence rift had formed at the calculated location. Hawkins was being consumed by the Upside Down, transformed from normal town into dimensional bridgehead. These were victories, achievements that exceeded anything he had accomplished during the shadow years of reconnaissance and testing. But Max Mayfield lived. Her heart had been restarted before the fourth killing could fully complete. This meant the gates, while open, remained imperfect. The convergence was not total. The dimensional merge was partial rather than absolute. Most critically, Vecna himself could not cross into normal Hawkins through the incomplete gateway. The barriers had been weakened dramatically, but not eliminated entirely. He remained trapped in the Upside Down, despite having torn massive holes in the separation between dimensions. This incomplete victory created strategic uncertainty. Should he wait in regenerative stasis until his physical form fully healed, then attempt to complete what he had started? Should he try a different approach, perhaps seeking other victims whose deaths might finish opening the gateway? Should he focus on expanding the existing gates, using the hive mind to push the boundaries of a dimensional collapse until they consumed enough territory that crossing became possible? The questions remained unresolved as March became April, as the gates stabilized at their current extent, but showed no signs of closing, as Hawkins sat abandoned except for military observers and scientific researchers. Vecna healed slowly in the darkness of the Creel house attic, his consciousness maintaining awareness of events across the barrier, but his power to influence them severely limited by his damaged state. In normal Hawkins, or what remained of it, a tense equilibrium had been established. The gates existed but were no longer expanding aggressively. The Upside Down had consumed roughly 1/3 of the town, but the spread had slowed to barely measurable rates. The military maintained its perimeter, preventing civilian access, while monitoring for signs of renewed activity. Scientific teams continued their studies, documenting phenomena they could observe, but not explain. And in hospital rooms and evacuation shelters, the survivors who understood the truth about what had happened faced questions without answers. Max lay in unexplained coma. Vecna remained alive in the Upside Down, wounded but regenerating. The gates stood open with no known method to close them. The dimensional collapse had been halted, but not reversed. Hawkins existed in a state of suspended catastrophe, neither healing nor deteriorating, frozen in the aftermath of Vecna's incomplete victory. From a child discovering dark powers in 1950s Nevada, through 2 decades of laboratory captivity, through banishment and transformation in an alien dimension, through years of patient observation and methodical killing, Vecna had achieved something unprecedented in human history. He had torn open reality itself through weaponized trauma, merging 2 dimensions through architectural murder. The cost was high. His physical form shattered, his immediate plans disrupted, his 4th victim resurrected against all probability. Yet the essential victory was complete. The gate stood open. The upside down bled into Hawkins like poison into a wound. And while he healed in the darkness of his domain, while Max Mayfield lay suspended between life and death, while 11 mourned her inability to reach her friend's fractured mind, Vecna waited. His body would regenerate, his power would return, and the merge he had begun would continue spreading, slowly transforming Hawkins into a bridgehead for the Upside Down's expansion into the wider world. The architect had built his gateway. Now time itself would complete the construction. Some threats never truly die. In the weeks following the convergence, Hawkins, Indiana, became a monument to incomplete victory, an ongoing catastrophe. The gates remained open, spreading slowly but inexorably outward from their convergence point. The Upside Down's influence crept through streets and homes like mold through abandoned buildings. And in the darkness of that twisted dimension, Vecna's shattered form hung suspended in vines and shadow, healing with the patient regeneration of something that had already died once and refused to do so again. The question was not if he would return to consciousness. The question was what he would become when he did. The immediate aftermath of March 27th established patterns that would define Hawkins' situation for months to come. Military perimeters that had been hastily established during the initial evacuation became permanent installations. The Indiana National Guard, supplemented by federal forces, maintained checkpoints at every road leading into town. The official designation was disaster zone under federal quarantine, a classification that allowed authorities to control access while avoiding explanations about what had actually occurred. Behind the perimeters, Hawkins existed in a state of accelerating decay. The approximately 1/3 of the town, consumed by direct gate expansion, had been completely transformed into upside-down landscape. Buildings stood as rotting husks covered in organic growth. Streets were impassable with vines and strange vegetation that pulsed with slow rhythm, suggesting life without conventional biology. The atmosphere in these zones was toxic to humans without protective equipment, the spore concentration creating respiratory distress within minutes of exposure. But the affected areas extended beyond the obvious gate zones. The remaining 2/3 of Hawkins showed progressive contamination that scientific teams documented with growing concern. Plant life throughout the town was dying, trees and grass browning despite adequate water and nutrients. The soil composition was changing, organic compounds, normally absent from Indiana, appearing in increasing concentrations. Temperature readings showed persistent cooling that weather patterns could not explain. The sky maintained a greyish quality that filtered sunlight and created perpetual sense of overcast gloom. Most disturbing were the atmospheric readings. Instruments detected particles matching those found in heavy concentration near the gates throughout Hawkins and extending into surrounding areas. The concentration decreased with distance from the convergence point, but remained measurable up to 50 miles away. This suggested the Upside Down's influence was spreading through air currents, that contamination was not contained to the immediate gate areas, but was bleeding outward through environmental vectors conventional quarantine could not prevent. Hawkins Memorial Hospital remained operational despite the evacuation, staffed by skeleton crew of medical personnel who had volunteered to stay behind. Among their few remaining patients was Max Mayfield, whose condition had not changed since March 27th. She lay in her bed, connected to monitors that tracked vital signs showing basic metabolic function without consciousness. Her heart beat at normal resting rate. Her lungs drew breath without assistance. Her body temperature remained stable, but her brain activity registered barely above baseline, showing none of the patterns associated with sleep, dreams, or even vegetative consciousness. The medical staff had no diagnosis beyond coma of unknown origin. Neurologists consulted remotely through video conferences could offer no explanation for her condition. The eye damage was categorized as spontaneous bilateral globe rupture through unknown mechanism, a description that acknowledged the injury without understanding its cause. Standard treatments for coma patients were applied without effect. Stimulation protocols produced no response. Medication adjustments changed nothing. Max remained absent from her body in ways that defied medical intervention. Lucas Sinclair maintained his vigil despite the evacuation orders. He had refused to leave, asserting his right to stay with Max regardless of the danger. Hospital administrators, already operating under crisis conditions, lacked the authority or inclination to force his removal. He sat beside her bed for hours each day, talking to her about trivial things. What was happening at the makeshift schools established for evacuated students? Which of their friends had relocated where? What he was reading or watching? The monologues served more to comfort himself than her, but he maintained them with desperate consistency. Eleven's attempts to reach Max through psychic connection had become increasingly desperate and increasingly futile. Every few days, she would create a sensory deprivation environment using whatever materials were available in the California house where she lived with the Byers family. Submerged in salt water or surrounded by white noise, she would push her recovering abilities to their limit, searching across the distance for any trace of Max's consciousness. The darkness she encountered remained absolute. Not the complex mental landscapes she had navigated when connecting with other minds, not the confused imagery of trauma or unconsciousness, but void. It was as if Max's consciousness had been entirely removed from her body, leaving behind only the basic, autonomic functions that kept her physically alive. 11 could sense the empty vessel that was Max's body, but could not locate the mind that should have inhabited it. This absence created several competing theories among those who understood the psychic mechanics involved. Perhaps Max's consciousness had been captured by Vecna during the moments her heart stopped, held prisoner in some portion of the Upside Down that 11 could not access. Perhaps Max herself had hidden her consciousness deliberately, fragmenting and burying it to prevent Vecna from using her as a gateway, even if her body survived. Perhaps the trauma of simultaneous death and resurrection had fractured her mind beyond repair, scattering her consciousness into pieces too small for 11 to detect. None of these theories offered actionable solutions. If Vecna held Max prisoner, reaching her would require entering the Upside Down directly and confronting him, something nobody was prepared to attempt while he remained alive and potentially recovering. If Max had hidden herself, finding her would require understanding mental architecture that went beyond 11's current abilities. If the trauma had shattered her beyond repair, recovery might be impossible, regardless of intervention attempted. The uncertainty left Max's allies in a position of helpless vigil. They could maintain her body, could keep machines monitoring her vital signs, could talk to her and hold her hand and hope that somewhere in the darkness she might perceive their presence. But they could not reach her, could not wake her, could not even confirm whether the person they knew as Max Mayfield still existed in any meaningful sense. In the Upside Down, Vecna experienced consciousness without full awareness. His integration with the dimension's hive mind had deepened during his regeneration, his individual identity temporarily subsumed into the distributed awareness that permeated the realm. He existed as both discrete entity and part of the whole, his thoughts mixing with the alien intelligence that had merged with him years earlier. The boundary between Henry Creel's human consciousness and the Upside Downs in human awareness had never been less distinct. This distributed state allowed his physical form to heal while his mind remained active. Energy flowed through the vine networks directly into his damaged tissue. The burns from the Molotov cocktails gradually receded as new flesh grew to replace what fire had destroyed. The shotgun wounds closed through cellular regeneration that exceeded human biological capacity. The broken bones knitted themselves together, supported by organic scaffolding that the dimension provided as naturally as human bodies produce blood cells. The regeneration was measurable, but slow. Days became weeks with Vecna's physical form showing incremental improvement rather than rapid healing. His consciousness periodically consolidated enough to observe events in normal Hawkins through creatures positioned near the gates. These observations revealed the military response, the scientific investigation, the continued absence of 11 from the area. They also revealed Max's comatose state, a discovery that sparked interest despite his damaged condition. Max existed in limbo between life and death, her body functioning, but her consciousness absent. From Vecna's perspective, this created potential vulnerability. If her mind was hidden rather than destroyed, if she had deliberately fragmented herself to prevent his access, then she remained a potential gateway. Her consciousness, wherever it had fled, was still connected to her living body. That connection might be accessible to someone who understood how to navigate between dimensions and mental landscapes. But exploiting such vulnerability required capabilities Vecna did not currently possess. His injuries had reduced him to barely maintaining his own consciousness. Projecting his awareness across dimensions to hunt for Max's hidden mind would require the focused concentration and power he had commanded before the assault. Until his regeneration completed, until his physical form healed sufficiently that his full abilities returned, Max remained beyond his reach despite being vulnerable in ways that would normally make her ideal target. This forced patience was familiar to Vecna. He had spent 20 years in captivity, learning to wait for opportunity. He had spent 4 years in dimensional exile preparing for his first real incursion into normal Hawkins. He could wait longer if necessary, could allow his body to heal completely before attempting his next move. The gates were open. The dimensional merge was progressing slowly but steadily. Time favoured his plans more than those of his enemies. The gates themselves were proving impossible to close through any conventional means. Dr. Sam Owens, coordinating the scientific response from a command centre established in a neighbouring county, had authorised every promising approach suggested by his teams. Physical barriers were erected at gate edges, but were simply consumed as the rifts expanded. Chemical treatments designed to halt the spread of upside-down organic matter showed no effect. Electromagnetic fields, generated at various frequencies, failed to influence the dimensional boundaries. More exotic approaches were attempted as desperation grew. Researchers theorized that if gates had been opened through psychic energy, perhaps similar energy could close them. Psychics and self-proclaimed sensitives were recruited and brought to Hawkins to attempt sealing the rifts through mental effort. None demonstrated any ability beyond what would be expected from placebo effect and wishful thinking. The gates remained indifferent to their attempts. Nuclear options were seriously debated in classified meetings between Department of Energy officials and military commanders. Models suggested that sufficient explosive force applied directly to the convergence rift might destabilize the dimensional connection and force the gates to collapse. but the same models also suggested equal probability that such force would expand the gates catastrophically, potentially tearing open much larger rifts that would consume the entire region. The risk was deemed unacceptable, given the uncertain benefit. This left containment as the only viable strategy. The military perimeter would be maintained indefinitely. Scientific monitoring would continue documenting the gate's behavior and the spread of contamination. Evacuation of surrounding areas would be prepared if the spread accelerated beyond current rates. But fundamentally, the response was to isolate and observe rather than to actively eliminate the threat. The human cost of this approach was enormous and ongoing. 30,000 displaced residents required housing, employment, and psychological support that strained state and federal resources. Families remained separated by geography and bureaucracy. Businesses closed permanently after losing their physical locations to the gates. Children attended schools in unfamiliar districts, while their parents struggled to find work in communities that had not expected to absorb thousands of refugees. Hawkins as a community was effectively destroyed, even though 2/3 of its physical territory remained nominally intact. The population would not be allowed to return even to areas outside the direct gate zones due to atmospheric contamination and ongoing spread risk. The town existed in a state of suspended abandonment, maintained only by a military presence and scientific teams who worked in protective equipment and rotated out regularly to minimize exposure. The psychological impact extended beyond the displaced residents to those who understood what Vecna represented and what his partial success implied. Nancy Wheeler, who had fought him directly and witnessed his survival, carried the knowledge that conventional weapons could not truly kill him. Steve Harrington and Robin Buckley knew that their assault had merely wounded him temporarily rather than eliminating the threat. Dustin Henderson understood that the dimensional mechanics they were dealing with exceeded human capacity to fully comprehend or control. Most burdened was 11, who felt responsible for both Vecna's original creation and his current survival. She had been the one to banish Henry Creel to the Upside Down in 1979, inadvertently creating the circumstances for his transformation. She had been the one whose powers remained absent when Hawkins needed them most. She was the one who could not reach Max, despite desperate attempts. The weight of these failures pressed on her consciousness constantly, manifesting as determination to recover her abilities and guilt over what her previous actions had unleashed. Her powers were returning, but slowly. Simple telekinesis became possible again in late April, moving small objects, crushing aluminum cans, the kind of effect she had mastered as a young child. But the strength that had allowed her to close gates, to destroy flesh monsters, to fight Vecna himself, remained absent. The effort of stopping the Russian gate in 1985 had burned out something fundamental in her abilities. Recovery was possible, but would take time she feared Hawkins might not have. The broader implications of the Hawkins situation were being debated at the highest levels of government. If dimensional collapse could occur in one location, it could theoretically occur anywhere. If Vecna could create gates through weaponized trauma and psychic manipulation, other individuals with similar abilities might replicate his methods. The precedent of one successful dimensional merge suggested the possibility of others, of multiple breach points that could eventually connect and consume larger territories. These concerns led to expanded surveillance of psychic phenomena worldwide. Organizations were established to identify and monitor individuals showing signs of abilities similar to those documented in Hawkins' laboratory's research. Protocols were developed for responding to potential dimensional incursions before they could reach the scale of the Hawkins convergence. Resources were allocated to studying the Upside Down in hopes of understanding its nature well enough to develop effective countermeasures. But all of this was reactive rather than proactive, responding to a threat that had already materialized rather than preventing it. Hawkins remained the active breach point, the location where dimensions continued merging despite all efforts to stop the process. The gates spread at measurable rates. The contamination extended further each week. The Upside Down's influence on normal reality strengthened gradually but steadily. And in the darkness of the Creel house attic, in the Upside Down's reflection of the place where Henry had murdered his family decades earlier, Vecna healed. His consciousness remained distributed through the hive mind, but was slowly consolidating back into individual awareness. His physical form showed progressive improvement, the worst damage repaired, and the remaining injuries following predictable trajectory toward complete recovery. He was not yet ready to act, but readiness approached with each passing day. The threat he represented extended beyond immediate danger to Hawkins or even to the surrounding region. Vecna embodied something unprecedented, a human consciousness that had transcended its original form, that had merged with an entire dimension, that had learned to manipulate reality itself through understanding of forces beyond conventional science. He was proof that the boundaries between human and monster, between individual and distributed consciousness, between single dimension and merged realities were not absolute but could be crossed by someone with sufficient power and determination. What he would do when his regeneration completed remained uncertain. Would he complete what he had started, finding another way to kill Max, or seeking different victims whose deaths might finish opening the gateway? Would he attempt to expand the existing gates through direct psychic assault on the dimensional barrier? Would he simply wait in the Upside Down, allowing the slow spread of contamination to eventually transform enough of normal reality that crossing became possible without additional gates? The answers depended partly on his physical recovery timeline and partly on strategic calculations that only Vecna himself could make. Those monitoring the situation from the outside could observe and theorize, but could not predict with confidence what approach he would take. They could only prepare for multiple contingencies, while knowing that their preparations were inadequate, regardless of what Vecna ultimately attempted. From the mind of a gifted child to the body of a dimensional god, from laboratory subject to architect of apocalypse, Vecna's journey had spanned 4 decades and transcended the boundaries of human and monster, life and death, single dimension and merged reality. His machinations had shaped Hawkins' history more than any other individual, bringing suffering to thousands and threatening catastrophe on a scale that exceeded local disaster to suggest potential global implications. Through sheer determination and systematic planning, he had achieved what no being before him had managed, destroying the barriers between dimensions through weaponized trauma, creating a permanent breach that authorities could observe but not close, forcing a merger between realities that continued progressing despite all resistance. He had even survived death multiple times, banishment in 1979, the assault in 1986, emerging from each apparent defeat stronger and more integrated with forces beyond human comprehension. Yet his ultimate success remained incomplete. Max Mayfield existed in limbo between life and death, her consciousness hidden even from her friends, vulnerable to psychic invasion should Vecna find her. 11 grew stronger each day, recovering the abilities that made her the only force that had ever successfully opposed him. The dimensional barriers continued eroding, but had not collapsed entirely, leaving Vecna trapped in the Upside Down, despite tearing massive holes in reality. The darkness waited. Vecna healed in the rotting mirror of his childhood home, suspended in vines that sustained him while his body slowly regenerated. The gates remained open, spreading incrementally but inexorably outward. The Upside Down bled into Hawkins like infection into a wound, and somewhere in the vast distributed consciousness that connected him to his domain, In the planning that continued even while his physical form repaired itself, Vecna was calculating his next move. The convergence of March 1986 had not been his ultimate achievement, but his opening move. The gates were infrastructure, not destination. The wounded form was temporary setback, not permanent defeat. And when his regeneration completed, when his power fully returned, when his consciousness consolidated enough to project itself across dimensions with the precision that had made his curse effective, the architect of dimensional collapse would resume the work that Assault and Resurrection had only temporarily interrupted. The cycle of darkness that had begun in 1947 with a child's discovery of power had not ended. It had merely entered a new phase, one where the stakes extended beyond a single town or even a single dimension. Vecna represented what humanity might become when power exceeded morality, when individual consciousness merged with alien intelligence, when the barriers that separated possible from impossible were systematically dismantled through patient application of force and will. And he was patient. Threats that transcend mortality operate on timelines incomprehensible to those bound by linear existence. In the months following March 27, 1986, Hawkins, Indiana, settled into a state of permanent catastrophe that defied both resolution and escalation. The gate stood open, neither closing nor expanding, at rates that demanded immediate action. Vecna healed in the darkness of his dimension, neither dead nor fully operational. Max Mayfield remained suspended between consciousness and void. And those who understood what these facts implied faced the reality that some battles never truly end. They simply pause between movements of a symphony that may take years or decades to complete. The military presence around Hawkins evolved from emergency deployment to permanent installation by summer 1986. What had been hastily erected checkpoints and temporary command centres became fortified positions with infrastructure suggesting long-term occupation. Barracks were constructed to house rotating personnel. Communications arrays were installed to maintain constant contact with federal authorities. Supply chains were established to support indefinite operations in a region that could no longer rely on civilian infrastructure. The perimeter itself was refined and hardened. Initial barriers had been simple vehicle checkpoints designed to prevent panicked civilians from entering contaminated zones. By June, these had been replaced with actual fortifications, concrete walls at key access points, observation towers equipped with thermal imaging and atmospheric sensors, and redundant layers of fencing that created buffer zones between normal territory and the areas consumed by upside-down influence. Access remained severely restricted. Only personnel with specific authorization from the Department of Energy or Department of Defense could enter the quarantine zone. Scientists studying the gates required security clearances and underwent decontamination protocols after each visit to contaminated areas. Supply convoys bringing food and equipment to the skeleton crew maintaining Hawkins Memorial Hospital operated on fixed schedules with armed escort. The town had effectively become a militarized research facility, studied from the outside while being systematically abandoned from within. The gates themselves remained the primary focus of scientific investigation. Teams established permanent monitoring stations at safe distances from each of the 4 original opening sites plus the central convergence rift. Instruments measured dimensional fluctuations, atmospheric composition, electromagnetic signatures, and dozens of other variables that might provide insights into the gate's behavior or suggest methods for closing them. The data accumulated over months painted a picture of slow but steady progression. The gates were expanding, but at rates measured in inches per week rather than feet per day. The 4 original sites had each grown by approximately 50 yards radius between March and August 1986. The convergence rift had expanded less dramatically, its boundaries fluctuating but showing net growth of perhaps 20 yards across the same period. More concerning was the pattern of expansion. The gates were not spreading uniformly in all directions, but growing preferentially toward each other and toward the convergence point. This suggested they were not simply diffusing randomly, but were following some underlying geometric pattern, perhaps the same dimensional architecture that Vecna had designed into their creation. Mathematical models predicted that if growth continued at current rates, the four original gates would eventually merge completely with the convergence rift, creating a single, massive tear that encompassed most of downtown Hawkins. The timeline for such complete merger was uncertain but measured in years rather than months. Projections suggested that at current rates, full convergence would not occur until sometime in 1988 or 1989. This gave authorities time to study the phenomenon and develop countermeasures, but it also meant that the threat would persist indefinitely unless some method for closing the gates could be discovered. Atmospheric contamination extended well beyond the immediate gate zones. Air quality monitoring stations positioned throughout the region detected upside-down particles at measurable concentrations up to 80 miles from the convergence point by mid-1986. The concentration decreased with distance, but the spread pattern suggested airborne distribution through normal weather systems. Rain falling within 50 miles of Hawkins showed traces of the alien compounds. Soil samples from neighboring counties contained organic molecules that had no business existing in Indiana. The ecological impact was becoming apparent across the broader region. Forests within 30 miles of Hawkins showed unusual die-off patterns, with trees browning and shedding leaves out of season. Agricultural yields in surrounding counties decreased by 10 to 15% during the 1986 growing season without clear explanation beyond soil chemistry changes. Wildlife populations declined measurably, with birds and small mammals showing reduced numbers in territories closest to the quarantine zone. These effects remained subtle enough that most residents of the surrounding region attributed them to normal environmental variation rather than recognizing them as evidence of dimensional contamination spreading beyond Hawkins. But scientists tracking the data understood the implications. The upside-down's influence was not contained. It was bleeding outward through environmental vectors at rates that suggested eventual regional impact if the spread continued unchecked for years. Federal authorities debated whether to expand the evacuation zone to include communities showing early signs of contamination. The decision was complicated by political and economic considerations. Evacuating a single town of 30,000 had been manageable, if expensive. Evacuating an entire region encompassing potentially hundreds of thousands of people would require resources and coordination beyond anything previously attempted outside wartime. The question became not whether such evacuation might eventually be necessary, but at what threshold of contamination it would become unavoidable. Inside the quarantine zone, Hawkins itself was transforming through accelerated decay that went beyond normal abandonment. Buildings not directly consumed by gates were deteriorating at rates suggesting decades of neglect compressed into months. Paint peeled and wood rotted, metal corroded, glass became clouded and brittle. The contamination in the atmosphere was not merely toxic to biological organisms, but appeared to accelerate chemical breakdown of materials, creating premature aging that transformed Hawkins into something resembling ruins of a town long dead. The few structures maintained through active human presence resisted this decay. Hawkins Memorial Hospital, kept operational through constant maintenance and supplied with filtered air systems, remained largely intact. The military command centers, established near the perimeter, showed no unusual deterioration. This suggested that the contamination's effects could be mitigated through appropriate countermeasures, but also confirmed that abandoning structures to the atmosphere meant accepting their relatively rapid destruction. Max Mayfield remained at the hospital through spring and summer, her condition unchanged. The monitors tracking her vital signs showed the same patterns month after month: heartbeat steady, respiration regular, brain activity minimal. She had been moved to a long-term care unit established specifically for the handful of patients who could not be safely evacuated. Medical staff maintained her physical health through standard coma care protocols, turning her regularly to prevent bed sores, providing nutrition through feeding tubes, exercising her limbs to prevent muscle atrophy. But these were merely maintenance measures. No treatment attempted had produced any change in her consciousness. Neurologists continued consulting remotely, proposing increasingly experimental interventions that were implemented without result. Stimulant medications that should have promoted wakefulness did nothing. Sensory stimulation protocols failed to generate response. Even direct electrical stimulation of neural pathways produced only reflexive reactions without awareness. Lucas maintained his presence, visiting daily when possible and staying overnight in a chair beside her bed when hospital administration allowed. His monologues had evolved from hopeful conversation to simply reading aloud. Books she had mentioned liking, comics they had shared, news articles about their friends who had scattered to evacuation centres across multiple states. The content mattered less than the consistency, the maintenance of routine that acknowledged Max's body even as her mind remained unreachable. Eleven's attempts to locate Max's consciousness had become less frequent but more focused through the summer months. As her powers continued recovering, she developed greater control over the remote viewing techniques she had learned at Hawkins' laboratory. She could now project her awareness across the distance between California and Indiana without requiring elaborate sensory deprivation setups, could search for minds at range with increasing precision and stamina. But Max remained invisible to these searches. 11 could locate Lucas easily, could sense the handful of medical staff at the hospital, could even detect faint traces of Vecna's consciousness lurking in the upside down. Max's mind simply did not register. It was not blocked or hidden behind defences 11 could feel herself pushing against. It was absent, as if the person had been entirely removed while the body remained as empty vessel. This absolute void created growing conviction that Max's consciousness had not been destroyed, but had fled to a location 11's abilities could not access. Perhaps she had fragmented herself so completely that the pieces were too small to detect individually. Perhaps she had hidden in some mental architecture that existed outside normal consciousness. Perhaps her awareness had retreated so deeply into her own memories that it existed only as potential rather than active thought. The implications suggested that Max might be recoverable if the correct approach could be discovered. But finding that approach required understanding of consciousness itself at levels that exceeded both 11's psychic abilities and conventional neuroscience. It would require someone who could navigate the boundary between mind and dimension, who understood how consciousness could exist apart from physical brain activity, who had access to the kind of perception that operated outside normal cognitive frameworks. The only being known to possess such understanding was Vecna himself. This created a terrible paradox. The one entity most likely able to find and possibly retrieve Max's hidden consciousness was also the one who had driven her into hiding in the first place. Asking Vecna for help, even if communication were possible, even if he could be trusted, would risk whatever protection Max's absence provided. If her consciousness remained hidden specifically to prevent him from using her as a gateway, revealing her location would accomplish exactly what she had sacrificed her awareness to avoid. The paradox left Max's allies with no clear path forward. They could maintain her body indefinitely, could hope that her consciousness might eventually return spontaneously, could wait for 11's powers to fully recover and perhaps develop to the point where she could search dimensions beyond the normal one. But none of these were solutions. They were simply variations of helpless waiting, of maintaining hope, without genuine belief that hope would lead to restoration. In the Upside Down, Vecna's regeneration progressed through stages that moved him from barely conscious to increasingly aware and capable. By summer 1986, his physical form had recovered substantially from the assault he had suffered. The burns had healed completely, new tissue replacing what fire had destroyed. The shotgun wounds had closed, bone and flesh regenerated through processes that blurred the line between natural healing and supernatural reconstruction. His body no longer required continuous life support from the Dimension's vine networks, though he remained deeply integrated with them by choice rather than necessity. His consciousness was consolidating, individual awareness separating back out from the distributed intelligence of the hive mind. Henry Creel's human thoughts were reasserting themselves over the alien patterns that had dominated during his deepest integration with the Dimension. He was becoming Vecna again, rather than simply being part of the Upside Down, though the distinction remained less absolute than it had been before his wounding. With returning awareness came strategic assessment of his situation. The assault had taught him that he was physically vulnerable despite his supernatural abilities, that determined humans with conventional weapons could inflict serious damage if they achieved surprise. The failure to complete Max's killing had taught him that his curse methodology had weaknesses, that emotional connections and music could break the psychic bridges he created. The ongoing military presence around Hawkins taught him that his enemies were adapting, establishing infrastructure to contain and study the gates, rather than simply fleeing in panic. These lessons required adjustments to his approach. Direct confrontation, while distracted by other activities, was clearly dangerous. The curse needed refinement to account for the music vulnerability, and perhaps most critically, he needed to recover Max's consciousness to complete what he had started, but doing so would require capabilities he was still rebuilding. The question of whether to act immediately upon full recovery or to wait and prepare more thoroughly occupied Vecna's consolidating thoughts through the summer. He could attempt to kill Max again once his strength returned, though she would be protected more carefully now that her allies understood her vulnerability. He could seek other victims to create additional gates, though authorities would be watching for the pattern and might intervene before he could complete another geometric design. He could attempt to expand the existing gates through direct psychic assault on the dimensional barriers, though such efforts would be taxing and might not achieve results proportional to the energy expended. Or he could simply wait. The gates were already spreading. The contamination was extending through environmental vectors that humans could observe but not stop. Time itself was working in his favor, slowly eroding the barriers between dimensions without requiring his direct action. Perhaps the strategic choice was patience, allowing years to pass while the merger progressed naturally, healing completely while the groundwork laid in March 1986 continued developing toward eventual total convergence. The decision remained unmade as summer turned to fall. Vecna existed in his lair, conscious and aware but not yet acting, observing events through creatures positioned near the gates while considering the various paths forward. His enemies could not know what he would choose, could not predict whether his next move would come in weeks, months, or years. They could only prepare for multiple scenarios while understanding that their preparations were incomplete, regardless of which approach he ultimately selected. The broader world beyond Hawkins continued spinning, largely unaware of the threat that had manifested in Indiana. News coverage of the Hawkins earthquake had faded from national attention by summer, reduced to occasional follow-up stories about the ongoing evacuation and quarantine. Most Americans viewed it as a tragic, natural disaster, interesting for a news cycle, but ultimately just another crisis among many competing for attention in 1986. Those who understood the truth remained small in number and generally lacked platforms to spread that understanding. Eleven and her allies were teenagers, dismissed by authorities even when they tried to explain what had actually occurred. Dr. Owens and his teams operated under classification restrictions that prevented disclosure of the dimensional mechanics they were studying. Military personnel stationed at the perimeter were bound by orders not to discuss what they were guarding against. The truth remained contained within circles of people who either lacked credibility or lacked authorization to speak publicly. This containment served authorities' interests in preventing panic but also prevented any meaningful public discussion of the implications. If dimensional collapse could occur in Hawkins, it could theoretically occur anywhere. If one individual with sufficient psychic power and systematic planning could tear open reality, others might develop similar capabilities. The precedent established in Indiana suggested possibilities that extended far beyond a single town's tragedy to encompass potential threats on civilizational scale. But without public awareness, resources devoted to addressing these broader implications remained limited. Research into dimensional mechanics continued within classified programs. Surveillance of potential psychic phenomena expanded through federal agencies. Protocols were developed for responding to future incidents. Yet these efforts operated in shadows, funded through black budgets, and implemented without democratic oversight or public debate about whether the responses were appropriate or sufficient. The children of Hawkins, scattered across evacuation centers and foster placements and relatives' homes in a dozen states, carried knowledge they could not productively share. They understood what Vecna was, how he had created the gates, why Max remained in her coma, what the spreading contamination implied. But they were teenagers, testifying to supernatural events that adults could not accept, their warnings dismissed as trauma responses or creative fabrications born from trying to process inexplicable tragedy. This isolation deepened the psychological burden they already carried. They had fought against dimensional horror multiple times, had witnessed deaths they could not prevent, had made sacrifices that most people their age never contemplated. And now they existed in a state of ongoing vigilance, knowing the threat remained active, but lacking any ability to address it or even to convince others to take it seriously. The cycle that had begun with Henry Creel discovering dark powers in 1947 had not reached conclusion. It had simply entered a phase where active conflict paused, while all parties considered their next moves. Vecna waited in the upside down, his consciousness distributed through a dimension of rot and shadow, his power slowly returning to the levels that had made him capable of tearing open reality through weaponized trauma. Max waited in artificial suspension, her body maintained by machines, while her consciousness remained hidden in spaces beyond reach of either her friends or her enemy. 11 waited in California, her abilities recovering at rates that might or might not be sufficient when Vecna finally moved again. The gates waited in Hawkins, spreading incrementally but inexorably outward, consuming territory at rates measured in geological time, but never stopping, never reversing, always advancing the merger between dimensions that Vecna had initiated through precise architectural murder. The contamination waited in the atmosphere, dispersing through weather patterns, accumulating in soil and water, affecting ecosystems in ways that would take years to fully manifest, but would eventually transform the entire region into something neither fully normal nor completely upside down. And in the rotting mirror version of the Creel house, in the attic where Henry had once been a boy, before becoming something that transcended humanity, Vecna's remaining eye, the one that had survived his transformation, that saw across dimensions and into minds, that fixed on prey with recognition of their deepest vulnerabilities, remained open and aware. watching, planning, healing, patient with the patience of something that had already died once and discovered death was merely transition rather than ending. The darkness that had consumed Hawkins was not complete disaster nor partial victory, but ongoing catastrophe that would persist for years, potentially spreading to encompass regions and eventually threatening civilization itself if left unchecked. The dimensional barriers that had kept realities separate were eroding. The being responsible for that erosion was wounded but recovering. The one person who might have stopped him remained powerless in body, while her mind hid in spaces no one could access. There was no conclusion to be drawn, no lesson to be extracted, no resolution to offer comfort to those who waited in fear and uncertainty. There was only the waiting itself, for Vecna to complete his healing, for Max to return or be lost forever, for 11 to recover abilities that might or might not be sufficient, for the gates to spread until they consumed everything, or until someone discovered how to close them. The story had not ended in March 1986. It had simply paused, suspended like Max's consciousness, frozen like the Upside Down at November 6, 1983, waiting for the next movement in a symphony of dimensional horror that had been composing itself across 4 decades and showed no signs of reaching its final notes. Battles that refuse to conclude haunt those forced to fight them. By late 1986, nearly 9 months after the convergence, Hawkins existed as a wound that would not close, a disaster that would not resolve, a threat that would not die. The gates remained open. Vecna remained alive, Max remained lost, and those who understood what these facts meant faced each day, knowing that the pause in active conflict was temporary, that the enemy was merely healing rather than defeated, that the next movement in this war could come at any moment or might wait years before beginning. The passage of time had done nothing to diminish the fundamental strangeness of Hawkins' situation. If anything, the months of stasis made the catastrophe feel more permanent rather than less urgent. The military perimeter that had seemed like emergency measure in March had become normalized infrastructure by November. The evacuated residents who had expected to return home within weeks now understood they were permanently displaced. The scientists studying the gates had accumulated enough data to publish volumes, but remained no closer to understanding how to close what Vecna had opened. Inside the quarantine zone, the transformation continued at rates that made daily changes invisible, but accumulated effects undeniable. Buildings that had looked merely abandoned in spring were collapsing ruins by fall. Streets buckled and cracked as contamination weakened the asphalt. Vegetation that had shown early signs of die-off in March was completely dead by October, leaving landscapes barren except for the alien organic matter spreading from the gates. Hawkins was becoming less like a ghost town and more like archaeological site, something ancient and dead despite having been living community less than a year earlier. The gates themselves had grown precisely as models predicted. Each of the 4 original sites had expanded by roughly 75 yards radius between March and November. The convergence rift had grown more modestly, perhaps 30 yards across the same period. The asymmetric expansion continued, with growth rates higher in directions that led toward eventual, complete merger. Projections still suggested full convergence sometime in 1988, though the exact timeline remained uncertain given the complex variables involved. More troubling was evidence that new weak points were forming in the dimensional barrier. Small tears had been detected at locations throughout Hawkins that corresponded to sites of intense emotion or violence in the town's history. None had developed into stable gates, but their appearance suggested the barrier was degrading beyond just the areas Vecna had deliberately targeted. The entire region around Hawkins was becoming dimensionally unstable, susceptible to breaches that might form spontaneously rather than requiring deliberate opening. This broader instability implied that even if the existing gates could somehow be closed, Hawkins might never return to normal. The damage to the dimensional barrier appeared to be permanent, or at least persistent beyond any timeline humans could address. The town was fundamentally compromised. Its relationship to the Upside Down altered in ways that made it a perpetual vulnerability regardless of specific gate status. The atmospheric contamination had spread as predicted throughout the region. By late 1986, traces of upside-down particles were detectable in rainfall across most of Indiana and portions of neighboring states. The concentrations remained low outside the immediate Hawkins area, but the trend suggested eventual dispersal across broader territories. Environmental scientists tracking the spread debated whether the contamination would eventually reach global distribution through atmospheric circulation or whether it would remain regionally contained. Agricultural impacts were becoming impossible to ignore. The 1986 harvest across Indiana showed statewide yields down by an average of 8%, with losses concentrated in counties closest to Hawkins. Livestock in the region exhibited health problems that veterinarians attributed to unknown environmental factors. Water quality in rivers and lakes showed chemical anomalies that suggested contamination spreading through hydrological systems as well as atmospheric ones. Federal authorities had quietly begun purchasing land in a 100-mile radius around Hawkins, using shell companies and eminent domain to acquire properties from owners who had no idea why their land had suddenly become valuable to distant buyers. The purchases served multiple purposes, creating buffer zones that could be evacuated quickly if necessary, preventing development that would put more people at risk from spreading contamination, and establishing government control over territory that might eventually need to be sacrificed entirely if the dimensional collapse could not be contained. These preparations were occurring without public announcement or democratic deliberation. The Department of Energy and Department of Defense operated under classification authorities that prevented disclosure of what they were preparing for or why. Residents of the region, being systematically acquired, had no understanding that their property was being purchased because authorities believed their land might eventually be consumed by dimensional merger. They simply saw offers above market value and accepted, unaware they were participants in evacuation planning that might not be implemented for years. In Hawkins Memorial Hospital, in a room maintained at considerable expense despite the building's isolation within the quarantine zone, Max Mayfield existed unchanged. 9 months in a coma had required adaptations to her care protocols. Her body had been positioned to prevent complications from prolonged immobility. Physical therapy was performed regularly to maintain muscle tone and joint flexibility. Nutrition was carefully calibrated to sustain her without causing the metabolic problems that often accompany extended unconsciousness. But these were mechanical interventions addressing physical symptoms. They did nothing to reach the fundamental problem. Max's consciousness remained absent. Her brainwaves showed patterns consistent with deep sleep or vegetative state, but neither condition adequately explained her complete unresponsiveness. Sleep should cycle through stages, should show variation over time. Vegetative states typically allowed for some reflexive responses to stimuli. Max demonstrated neither, existing in a flatline consciousness that suggested something beyond conventional neurological damage. The medical staff had exhausted standard approaches by summer and had begun attempting experimental interventions by fall. Deep brain stimulation was tried without producing any change in her condition. Pharmacological cocktails designed to promote neural activity were administered with no observable effect. Sensory bombardment protocols that sometimes broke through to coma patients left Max as unresponsive as periods of complete quiet. Lucas had maintained his presence through all of it, his vigil transforming from hopeful expectation to grim determination. He no longer spoke to Max as if she might wake at any moment. His monologues had become more honest, acknowledging the possibility that she might never return, while refusing to accept that outcome as inevitable. He read to her not because he believed she could hear, but because the reading was something he could do, an action in the face of helplessness that provided structure to days that would otherwise be consumed by waiting. His isolation had deepened as months passed. Most of Max's other friends had relocated far from Indiana, scattered to wherever their evacuated families had found housing and employment. Communication was maintained through letters and occasional phone calls, but physical presence was impossible for those living hundreds of miles away. Lucas remained in Hawkins, living in quarters provided for essential personnel, attending a makeshift school with the children of military and scientific staff, existing in a bubble of ongoing catastrophe while the rest of the world moved on. Eleven's frustration had grown in proportion to her recovering abilities. By late 1986, her telekinetic power had returned to perhaps 60% of its pre-Starcourt strength. She could move objects weighing hundreds of pounds, could crush materials with focused pressure, could potentially defend herself against physical threats through psychic force. Her telepathy had recovered similarly, allowing her to read minds at close range and to project her awareness across considerable distances when using proper techniques. Yet these returning abilities made Max's continued absence more rather than less frustrating. 11 was strong enough now that she should be able to find a hidden consciousness if one existed to be found. She had developed sufficient control that she could search systematically rather than hoping to stumble across Max through random scanning. But every attempt produced the same result: darkness, void, absence so complete it suggested Max's mind had been entirely removed rather than simply hidden. The possibility that Max was truly gone, that her consciousness had been destroyed rather than concealed, was becoming harder to dismiss. 9 months was an eternity in psychological terms. If Max had been hiding, if her mind existed in some fugue state or dissociated fragment, surely there would be some trace, some flicker that 11's increasingly sophisticated searches would detect. The absolute nothingness suggested either perfect concealment or actual non-existence. This recognition created a terrible question. Should they accept that Max was effectively dead despite her body remaining alive? Should they acknowledge that maintaining her physical form was prolonging suffering rather than preserving hope? Should they make decisions about discontinuing support based on the reality that 9 months of intensive search had found nothing to suggest consciousness survived? Lucas refused to consider such possibilities. 11 could not bring herself to recommend them. The medical staff would not implement them without clear direction from family or legal guardians, and Max's mother had vanished into the chaos of evacuation without providing contact information or decision-making authority. The situation remained suspended in uncertainty, with Max's body maintained while her mind stayed lost, and those who cared about her unable to move forward or let go. In the Upside Down, Vecna had completed his physical regeneration. By November 1986, his wounds had healed entirely. His body functioned with the same supernatural resilience it had demonstrated before the assault. His consciousness had fully reconsolidated from its deep integration with the hive mind, returning individual awareness and strategic thinking while maintaining the connection to the dimension that made him effectively unkillable through conventional means. He had observed the months of human activity around Hawkins with patient interest. The military build-up, the scientific investigations, the slow abandonment of the town, all of it proceeded exactly as he had anticipated. Humans were systematic in their responses to threats they could not understand, establishing containment when elimination proved impossible, studying phenomena they could observe but not control. Their predictability made them easy to plan around. The question of what to do with his recovered capabilities remained under consideration. Vecna could attempt to finish what he had started, to find Max's hidden consciousness and complete the fourth killing that would fully open the convergence. He could seek new victims to create additional gates in geometric patterns that would accelerate the dimensional merger. He could attempt to cross through the existing gates despite the incomplete convergence, forcing his way into normal Hawkins through sheer power, even if the barriers had not been entirely eliminated, or he could continue waiting. The gates were spreading without his active intervention. The contamination was dispersing through environmental systems that humans could not effectively control. Max's consciousness remained hidden, but her body continued living, sustained by machines in a hospital within the quarantine zone, where Vecna could potentially reach her whenever he chose to act. Time was working in his favor across multiple vectors, patient strategy serving him better than immediate action might. The assault in March had taught him that humans could be dangerous when properly motivated and lucky in their timing. The months since had taught him that their danger diminished once initial crisis passed into chronic situation. The military presence around Hawkins was substantial but defensive, focused on containment rather than aggressive action. The scientific teams were studying effects rather than developing weapons. His enemies had settled into watching and waiting, reactive stance that suggested they had no clear path toward eliminating him. This suited Vecna's temperament perfectly. He had learned patience through decades of captivity and exile. He understood that victories could be achieved through systematic erosion rather than dramatic assault. The dimensional barriers were breaking down incrementally but inexorably. The human capacity to resist was degrading as months of crisis became years of stalemate. His own position was secure in ways that could not be disrupted through conventional attack. The only real threat remained 11. Her abilities were recovering, potentially growing beyond what they had been before the Starcourt battle. If she reached her full strength and developed techniques Vecna had not anticipated, she might be able to close the gates, or even to attack him directly across dimensional boundaries. But she was thousands of miles away in California, living under government protection that limited her movements, still developing rather than fully capable. By the time she became truly dangerous again, the dimensional merger might have progressed beyond the point where even her power could reverse it. The gates might have spread enough that closing them would require more energy than she could generate. The contamination might have dispersed so thoroughly that eliminating it would be impossible, regardless of psychic abilities employed. Vecna's strategy of patience assumed that waiting favoured his position more than it favoured his enemies. Whether this assumption was correct remained to be tested, but the evidence of 9 months suggested it was sound. The gates stood open. The merger continued. His enemies could observe but not act effectively, and Vecna existed in his lair, healed and whole and patient, surrounded by a dimension that sustained him and connected him to forces beyond human comprehension or resistance. The future remained unwritten, but the trajectory seemed clear. Hawkins would continue transforming from normal town into dimensional bridgehead. The contamination would continue spreading through environmental systems until regional impact became undeniable. The barriers between dimensions would continue eroding until eventually they failed entirely, allowing complete merger not just in the immediate gate areas, but across territories encompassing thousands of square miles. Humans would respond with escalating measures, expanded evacuations, increased militarization, perhaps eventually the nuclear options that had been debated and rejected in the initial crisis. But their responses would be reactive, addressing symptoms rather than causes, containing spread rather than eliminating the source. Vecna would remain alive in the upside down, unkillable through means they could employ, patient enough to outlast any human administration or military deployment. And somewhere in the vast distributed consciousness that connected him to his dimension, In the planning that never ceased, even during months of apparent inactivity, Vecna was refining his understanding of how to complete what he had started. Max's consciousness would eventually be found or would cease to matter. Eleven's abilities would eventually be countered or would prove insufficient. The dimensional barriers would eventually collapse completely or would be forced open through methods that made human resistance irrelevant. The cycle that had begun in 1947 with a child's discovery of power had not reached its conclusion. The transformation that had accelerated in 1979 with banishment to another dimension continued developing toward its inevitable endpoint. The convergence initiated in March 1986 through architectural murder was progressing exactly as designed despite apparent disruption. From the mind of a gifted child to the body of a dimensional god, from laboratory subject to architect of apocalypse, Vecna's journey had spanned 4 decades and transcended every boundary that should have limited human ambition or capability. His machinations had shaped had shaped dimensional history more than any other individual, bringing suffering to thousands and threatening catastrophe that extended beyond local disaster to encompass potential civilizational collapse. Through sheer determination and systematic planning, he had achieved what no Sith Lord before him, what no being in any dimension had managed. Destroying the barriers between realities through weaponized trauma, creating permanent breaches that authorities could observe, but not close, forcing a merger between dimensions that continued progressing despite all resistance. He had even cheated death itself, surviving banishment that should have killed him, surviving assault that would have eliminated any normal creature, emerging from each apparent defeat more integrated with forces beyond human comprehension. Yet his ultimate success remained incomplete. Max Mayfield existed in limbo, her consciousness hidden even from her friends, vulnerable to psychic invasion, should Vecna find her, but protected by her very absence from existence. 11 grew stronger each day, recovering the abilities that made her the only force that had ever successfully opposed him, potentially developing to power levels that might counter even his dimensional integration. The gates continued spreading, but had not consumed everything, leaving space for resistance and hope even as they advanced toward inevitable convergence. The darkness waited. Vecna healed. No, Vecna had healed completely. He was whole again, suspended by choice in the rotting mirror of his childhood home, calculating his next move with the patience of something that had transformed death itself into transition rather than ending. The gates remained open, spreading incrementally outward. The upside down bled into Hawkins like infection through a wound. And in the vast, distributed consciousness that connected him to his dimension, in the planning that continued through every moment of apparent dormancy, the architect of dimensional collapse was preparing for the next phase of work that March's assault had only temporarily interrupted. The convergence of March 1986 was not his failure, but his foundation. The wounded form was not his weakness, but his education. And when the moment came, whether in months or years, whether through Max's consciousness finally located or through entirely different approach, whether through direct confrontation or through patient erosion of every barrier that separated dimensions, Vecna would resume the transformation that had been his purpose since 1947, the boy who had murdered his family because he despised their performances, the subject who had endured 20 years of captivity while planning systematic revenge, the banished experiment who had merged with an entire dimension and learned to reshape reality through understanding of forces beyond science, the architect who had torn open the world through weaponized trauma and geometric murder. He was patient, he was healed, he was waiting in the darkness of the upside down, frozen at November 6, 1983, perpetually. And the darkness was very, very patient. Power unchallenged grows not weaker, but more patient. In the years following the convergence and the timeline here becomes deliberately vague, as the threat Vecna represents transcends the immediate aftermath to encompass an ongoing condition that persists beyond any specific date. Hawkins remained a wound, in reality, that refused to heal. Authorities could contain it, scientists could study it, but no one could reverse what had been done or eliminate the consciousness that had done it. The gates that opened on March 27, 1986 never closed. Decades of research into dimensional mechanics would follow, classified programs consuming billions in funding, while attempting to understand the phenomena Vecna had weaponized. Teams of physicists and psychics, engineers and occultists would propose hundreds of theories about how the barriers between dimensions functioned and how they might be restored. None would succeed in producing methods to actually seal the rifts that spread slowly but steadily outward from their origin points. By the late 1980s, the original four-gate sites had expanded to consume roughly half of Hawkins' territory. The convergence rift had grown proportionally, creating a massive central tear that connected the dimensions across an area measuring nearly a mile in diameter. The geometric pattern Vecna had designed into the killings continued expressing itself through the gate's growth, their edges advancing toward complete merger that would eventually encompass the entire town and potentially beyond. The contamination extended far beyond the immediate gate zones. By 1990, traces of upside-down particles were detectable in atmospheric samples collected across the Midwest. Ecological impacts had become undeniable across Indiana and neighboring states, with agricultural yields depressed, wildlife populations diminished, and vegetation showing systematic die-off patterns that suggested environmental damage on regional scale. The dimensional bleed was not contained and showed no signs of being containable through any technology or methodology humans could deploy. Federal response evolved from emergency measures to permanent infrastructure. The military perimeter around Hawkins became a de facto permanent installation, renamed and reorganized multiple times, but never disbanded. Scientific research facilities were constructed at locations around the quarantine zone. Their missions expanded from studying the specific Hawkins gates to investigating dimensional mechanics more broadly. The Department of Energy established an entire division devoted to dimensional threats, its existence classified, but its operations consuming resources equivalent to major weapons programs. Evacuation zones were expanded multiple times as contamination spread. The original 30,000 residents displaced from Hawkins were joined by tens of thousands more from surrounding communities as authorities implemented increasingly aggressive relocation programs. By the mid-1990s, the affected area encompassed roughly 500 square miles of Indiana, depopulated and fenced off, accessible only to authorized personnel conducting research or maintaining containment infrastructure. The human cost compounded across years and eventually decades. Families that had been displaced temporarily in 1986 became permanently rootless, their children growing up in evacuation centres or scattered across the country. Their connection to Hawkins transformed from hometown pride to trauma inheritance. Communities that had existed for generations were erased, their populations dispersed, their histories reduced to documentation in classified archives accessible only to researchers studying the disaster. Max Mayfield's coma persisted through all of it. Years in unconsciousness required her transfer from Hawkins Memorial to specialized long-term care facilities that could provide the intensive support her condition demanded. She was moved first to Indianapolis, then to a federal medical center established specifically for patients whose conditions related to dimensional phenomena. There she remained, monitored by specialists who understood that her unresponsiveness was not conventional neurological damage, but something that defied medical categories entirely. Lucas maintained contact through the years his life allowed. He visited when possible, wrote letters when distance prevented visits, maintain the connection that had defined his adolescence, even as both he and Max aged into adulthood without her ever waking. His vigil became less about expectation of recovery and more about refusing to abandon someone who could not be proven beyond help. Hope transformed into stubbornness, then into simple loyalty that persisted regardless of outcomes. Eleven's search for Max's consciousness became a decades-long project that shaped her entire adult life. Her abilities fully recovered and then exceeded their previous levels as she matured and trained systematically. By her 20s, she could do things that would have seemed impossible during her childhood at Hawkins' laboratory: remote viewing across continents, psychic projection that could interact with physical matter, telepathic contact with multiple minds simultaneously. Yet none of these expanding capabilities brought her closer to finding Max. The darkness that greeted every search remained absolute. 11 developed increasingly sophisticated theories about where Max might be hiding or how her consciousness might have been structured to evade detection. She consulted with scientists studying consciousness, with psychologists researching dissociative states, with researchers investigating near-death experiences and theories of mind-body separation. Nothing provided methods that succeeded where her psychic abilities had failed. The possibility that Max was simply gone, that her consciousness had been destroyed during those moments. Her heart stopped, became harder to dismiss as years passed. A coma lasting months might be explained through unusual neural protection mechanisms. A coma lasting years suggested something beyond conventional unconsciousness. A coma lasting decades, and Max's coma would eventually span decades, implied that the person who had been Max Mayfield existed only as biological maintenance, as cellular processes continuing without the animating awareness that made them a person. Yet her body lived. Her heart beat without mechanical assistance. Her lungs drew breath. Her cells divided and repaired themselves. She aged at normal rates, her teenage features transforming through her 20s and into her 30s while she remained unconscious. The biological organism persisted even as every test confirmed that consciousness was absent. This created an ethical and practical dilemma that authorities never fully resolved. Was maintaining Max's body preserving hope for recovery, or simply prolonging a death that had already occurred at the psychic level? In the Upside Down, Vecna remained. His physical form had long since completed its regeneration, leaving him whole and capable of everything he had been before the March 1986 assault. But he did not act. He did not attempt to finish what he had started, did not seek new victims for additional gates, did not force his way across the dimensional barriers that had weakened but not entirely collapsed. Instead, he waited. Not the passive waiting of something unable to act, but the strategic patience of something that understood time, favoured its position. The gates were spreading. The contamination was dispersing. The dimensional barriers were eroding incrementally, but inexorably. Human capacity to resist was degrading as crisis became chronic situation, as years of containment depleted resources and political will, as the generation that had fought him directly aged and died while younger authorities viewed Hawkins as historical problem rather than active threat. His consciousness remained distributed through the Upside Down's hive mind, allowing him to observe events across the dimensional barrier while existing beyond the reach of any assault that could be mounted against him. He could perceive through creatures positioned near the gates, could sense the minds of researchers studying the phenomena he had created, could track the slow spread of his dimension's influence into normal reality. All of it proceeded exactly as patient observation suggested it would. The question of why he did not act became subject of extensive analysis by those studying the threat. Theories ranged from the assault having damaged him more severely than apparent to him being engaged in dimensional activities that required his full attention. Some researchers theorized he was waiting for specific conditions, perhaps complete gate convergence, perhaps Eleven's death, perhaps some cosmic alignment or temporal factor humans could not detect. The simplest explanation was also the most disturbing. Vecna did not need to act. His victory was already unfolding at rates that human efforts could slow but not stop. The gates would eventually merge completely. The contamination would eventually spread across the continent and potentially globally. The dimensional barriers would eventually fail entirely. All of this would occur through processes he had initiated in March 1986, processes that continued developing toward inevitable conclusion, regardless of whether he personally intervened further. This recognition that the threat was no longer a being that could be fought but a process that had been set in motion represented a fundamental shift in how authorities understood the Hawkins situation. Early responses had focused on stopping Vecna, on eliminating the consciousness responsible for creating the gates. Later approaches acknowledged that even eliminating Vecna would not close the gates he had already opened, that the dimensional damage he had inflicted might persist beyond his existence. By the 1990s and into the early 2000s, strategy had evolved to focus on managing spread rather than eliminating the source. Resources were devoted to studying contamination, dispersal patterns, to developing technologies that might filter upside-down particles from atmosphere and water, to establishing evacuation protocols for regions likely to be affected as gates expanded. The goal was no longer victory, but mitigation, accepting that dimensional merger would continue while attempting to minimize its impact on human civilization. This represented a kind of defeat that military forces and government agencies were poorly equipped to acknowledge. The United States had not lost a war in the conventional sense. No enemy army had conquered territory. No opposing government had imposed terms. But a fundamental change in reality itself was occurring, a slow transformation that authority and technology could document but not prevent, and that change had been initiated by a single individual's systematic application of power beyond human capacity to counter. Vecna himself remained aware of all these developments through his connection to the dimension. He understood how humans were adapting to the ongoing crisis, how their strategies shifted from elimination to containment to mere observation. He perceived their growing recognition that his victory was essentially complete despite his continued inaction. The knowledge satisfied something in his consciousness that had never been fully human even before his transformation. From Nevada in 1947 to Hawkins in 1959 to Hawkins' laboratory from 1959 to 1979 to the Upside Down from 1979 forward, the journey had been long and patient. The boy who had killed his family because their normalcy disgusted him. The subject who had endured 20 years of captivity while learning to outlast his captors. The banished experiment who had merged with an entire dimension and discovered that death was merely transition. The architect who had transformed human suffering into dimensional architecture through geometric murder. He had achieved everything he had set out to accomplish, and more. The world that had rejected him was being slowly consumed by the dimension he commanded. The barriers that had been used to imprison him were breaking down incrementally but inevitably. The humans who had tried to study and control him were reduced to observing processes they could not influence. And he existed beyond their reach, distributed through a realm that sustained him, patient enough to wait decades or centuries for the final collapse he had initiated. Max remained lost somewhere in the vast territories of consciousness that Vecna understood better than any other being. Whether her mind had fragmented beyond recovery, whether she had hidden herself so completely that even he could not locate her, whether she existed in some liminal state between life and death, these questions remained unanswered. She was simultaneously his unfinished business, and his most complete victory. Her consciousness destroyed or hidden so thoroughly that the distinction ceased to matter. 11 continued growing in power and understanding, her abilities expanding beyond anything Brenner had anticipated when he first began creating psychically gifted children. She was formidable, potentially dangerous, even to something as integrated with dimensional forces as Vecna had become. But she was also one person against a process that encompassed an entire dimension, bleeding into reality across thousands of square miles. Her power, however extraordinary, might prove insufficient when measured against the scale of what Vecna had set in motion. The gate stood open, spreading slowly outward from Hawkins, consuming territory at rates measured in feet per year, but never stopping, never reversing, always advancing. The convergence point expanded, the 4 original sites approaching complete merger that would create a single, massive rift encompassing most of what had been Hawkins. The contamination dispersed through environmental systems, accumulating in ecosystems across the Midwest and potentially beyond, transforming the relationship between dimensions across territories that might eventually encompass continents. In the rotting mirror version of Hawkins Frozen at November 6, 1983, in the Creel house that existed in both dimensions and neither, Vecna's consciousness waited. Distributed through vine networks and creature proxies and the hive mind itself, present everywhere in his domain and focused nowhere in particular, observing everything while acting not at all. He had learned patience through decades of captivity and exile. He could wait longer still, could allow years to become decades, to become centuries, if necessary. The dimensional barriers were breaking down. Human civilization was confronting a threat it could document but not eliminate, could contain but not reverse, could study but not truly understand. And the consciousness that had initiated this slow apocalypse remained alive, aware, and patient in a dimension of rot and shadow that existed alongside normal reality, like a cancer growing through the space between cells. The story that began in 1947 with a child discovering dark powers had not reached its conclusion. The transformation that accelerated in 1979 with banishment to another dimension continued developing toward its endpoint. The convergence initiated in March 1986 through weaponized trauma was progressing exactly as designed, and the architect who had created all of it, who had murdered his family, who had survived 20 years of imprisonment, who had merged with an entire dimension, who had torn open pure reality through systematic application of suffering, that architect remained in the darkness of the upside down, waiting, patient, inevitable as erosion, as decay, as the slow collapse of every barrier that separated what was from what he intended to create. The gates would continue spreading, the dimensions would continue merging, and Vecna would continue existing in his realm of shadow and rot, neither truly alive nor actually dead, a consciousness that had transcended the boundaries of human existence and discovered that patience itself could be a weapon more devastating than any psychic assault. The darkness waited, and it was very, very patient.